Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. While replacing the warped boards in the hallway, I noticed a hollow spot under my heel. Curious, I pried it up and found a tin box filled with dirt and something wrapped in cloth. It was a journal, leather-bound, moldy, with every page soaked in gilt. The entries started mundane: grocery lists, reminders, casual observations. Then they changed: detailed accounts of missing people, descriptions of clothing, scars, final moments. I thought it was fiction until I looked up the names online. They were real cases, all unsolved. One entry ended with this: "They'll never find the one under this house. My house." The journal felt heavier each time I picked it up. The leather was soft, worn smooth by hands that had written secrets in the dark. I could smell something metallic lingering between the pages, mixed with the musty scent of earth and decay. My fingers traced the ink, smudged in places where moisture had seeped through the cloth wrapping. I had bought this house from an elderly woman who said she needed to move closer to family. The sale happened quickly, too quickly perhaps. She avoided eye contact during the walkthrough, her hands trembling as she signed the papers. I remember thinking she seemed eager to leave, almost desperate. Now I understood why. The first real entry was dated several years back. It described a young woman who had been walking home from work. The writer knew details that never made it into the news reports: the color of her nail polish, the way she hummed while walking, the fact that she always stopped to pet stray cats. These weren't details someone would know from reading newspapers or watching television. These were intimate observations, the kind you only get from watching someone closely. I found myself returning to that hollow space under the floorboards each evening, running my fingers along the edges where the wood had been carefully cut and replaced. The craftsmanship was precise, deliberate. Someone had planned this hiding spot, had taken time to make it perfect. The thought made my skin crawl, but I couldn't stop myself from kneeling there, pressing my ear to the floor, listening for sounds that would never come. The handwriting changed throughout the journal. Sometimes it was careful, controlled, almost elegant. Other times it was rushed, desperate, the pen pressed so hard it had torn through the paper in places. On those pages I could feel the writer's urgency, their need to document everything before the memory faded. They wrote about watching from windows, following at a distance, learning routines and habits. One entry mentioned a man who worked construction. The writer had observed him for weeks, noting which coffee shop he visited, which route he took home, even the way he answered his phone. The description matched someone I had seen in the neighborhood, someone who had helped me move furniture when I first bought the house. My mouth went dry as I read about his distinctive laugh and crooked smile. I remembered both. The basement became my obsession. I would go down there with a flashlight, examining every corner, every crack in the foundation. The concrete floor looked solid, unmarked, but the journal's words echoed in my mind: "They'll never find the one under this house." I pressed my ear to the ground, tapped with my knuckles, searching for hollow sounds or soft spots. The basement remained silent, keeping its secrets. I started having conversations with neighbors, casual questions about the previous owner, about any strange occurrences in the area. Most people were helpful, sharing stories about the quiet woman who had lived here before me. But one neighbor, an older man who lived across the street, grew uncomfortable when I mentioned her name. He glanced toward my house and quickly changed the subject. Later, I caught him watching my windows from his porch, his expression unreadable. The journal contained sketches alongside the written entries, rough drawings of faces, hands, jewelry. The details were unnervingly accurate, captured with the precision of someone who had studied their subjects intensively. I recognized some of the faces from missing person posters I found online. Others remained unknown, their sketched eyes staring up at me from pages that smelled of earth and secrets. Sleep became impossible. I would lie in bed, listening to the house settle, wondering if every creak was the sound of something shifting beneath my feet. The journal sat on my nightstand, its presence both terrifying and magnetic. I had memorized entire passages, could recite descriptions of people who had vanished without explanation. Their stories lived in my mind now, as real and vivid as my own memories. I hired a contractor to inspect the basement, claiming I was concerned about foundation issues. He spent an afternoon down there with various tools, taking measurements, testing the concrete. His report was clean. Solid foundation, no structural problems, no signs of settling or damage. But as he packed up his equipment, he paused near the far corner, frowning at something I couldn't see. "Weird," he muttered, more to himself than to me. When I asked what he meant, he shrugged. "Nothing really, just that the concrete's a different color over there, probably just a different batch of mix." He left without saying anything else, but I noticed he kept glancing back at the house as he drove away. That corner became my focus. The concrete did look different, slightly darker, with a texture that didn't quite match the rest of the floor. I knelt there for hours, running my hands over the surface, feeling for inconsistencies. The journal's final entry played in my mind on repeat. "They'll never find the one under this house." I contacted the police anonymously at first, asking about cold cases involving missing persons in the area. The detective I spoke with was professional but skeptical. Without concrete evidence, without bodies, there was little they could do. Old journals could be fiction, he explained. People wrote disturbing stories all the time. It didn't make them true. But I knew the truth. It lived in the careful observations, the intimate details, the way the handwriting trembled with excitement and fear. I had read enough of those pages to recognize the difference between imagination and memory. The journal wasn't fiction, it was a confession. The previous owner had left no forwarding address. The family she claimed to be moving closer to didn't exist, according to my research. The real estate agent who handled the sale had retired shortly after the transaction, citing health issues. Every thread I tried to follow led to dead ends, as if someone had carefully erased their trail. I still live in this house. I still sleep above that basement, above that corner where the concrete looks different. The journal remains hidden under the floorboards, waiting for someone else to find it, to carry its burden of knowledge. Sometimes I wonder if I'm meant to add my own entry, to document what I've learned, what I suspect. But some secrets are too heavy to write down, too dangerous to preserve. The house keeps its silence, and I keep mine. We understand each other now, this house and I. We both know what lies beneath, what remains buried in the darkness below. And we both know that some truths are meant to stay hidden, locked away where they can't hurt anyone else. The journal taught me that knowledge can be a curse, that some mysteries are better left unsolved. I learned to live with uncertainty, with questions that have no answers, because sometimes the truth is more terrifying than ignorance, and sometimes the only justice is in keeping the darkness buried where it belongs. Crime too, I moved in knowing the place needed work, but the peeling wallpaper in the upstairs bedroom was more stubborn than expected. When I pulled back a section, I saw words scrawled across the drywall in black ink. Hundreds of them, not random names, rows of them, some scratched out, others circled. In the center, written larger than the rest, I watched them all. I thought it was some old prank until I heard scratching from behind the wall at night. It wasn't rats, it knew I was reading. Now more names are appearing, one of them is mine. The smell hit me first when I started peeling away more wallpaper. Not decay exactly, but something stale and metallic that made my throat close. My fingers traced each name, some barely visible, others pressed so deep they'd left grooves in the drywall. The handwriting shifted between entries, sometimes careful cursive, other times angry block letters that had torn through the paper beneath. I photographed everything before calling anyone. The real estate agent had mentioned the previous owner died suddenly, but nothing about this. When I contacted her, her voice tightened. She claimed she'd never been in that room, that the house had been sold as is. But I remembered her checking every room during my walkthrough, remembered her lingering by that same wall, running her hand along the faded roses. The scratching started on my third night, soft at first, like fingernails on wood. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard movement inside, not the scurrying of rodents, but something deliberate, rhythmic. When I pulled away more wallpaper the next morning, 3 new names had appeared below mine, fresh ink that hadn't been there before. I researched every name I could make out. The local library's archives revealed patterns I wished I hadn't found. Missing persons reports spanning decades, unsolved disappearances. People who'd vanished without trace, their cases growing cold in forgotten file cabinets. The scratched-out names belonged to those who'd been found, usually months later, usually not alive. The librarian watched me work through the microfilm with growing unease. She remembered some of the cases, she said. Always the same strange detail in witness statements. People reported seeing the missing person talking to someone just before they disappeared, but security cameras only showed them talking to empty air, like they were having conversations with invisible companions. I found the previous owner's obituary buried deep in archived newspapers. The man had lived in my house for 40 years. Neighbors described him as quiet, helpful, always willing to lend tools or help with yard work. The perfect neighbor, they said, the kind who noticed everything but never gossiped, the kind who knew everyone's schedules, their habits, their vulnerabilities. His death certificate listed natural causes, but the responding officer's report mentioned an unusual scene. The man was found in that upstairs bedroom, facing the wall where I discovered the names. His fingernails were broken, his fingertips stained with fresh ink. On the nightstand beside his bed sat dozens of black pens, all used down to empty. I contacted families of the missing persons whose names were circled. Most calls went unanswered, but one woman agreed to meet. Her daughter had disappeared 7 years ago while walking home from work. She'd been seen talking to someone near my street corner, witnesses said, but their descriptions of the companion never matched. Some saw an older man, others a younger woman. One witness insisted she'd been talking to no one at all. The woman studied the photographs I'd taken of the wall. Her face went white when she found her daughter's name, circled in red ink. She asked if I'd found anything else, any belongings. I told her about the smell, about the scratching. She nodded like she understood something I didn't. She'd been getting calls, she said, for years after her daughter disappeared. Always the same number, always silence when she answered. But in the background, barely audible, she could hear her daughter's voice calling for help. The calls stopped when the previous owner died. I had the wall x-rayed. The technician found voids behind the drywall, spaces that shouldn't exist in a standard frame house. The blueprints I pulled from city records showed no indication of these hollow areas. Someone had modified the structure, creating hidden compartments throughout the walls. The scratching grew louder each night, more insistent. When I pressed my ear to the wall now, I could hear what sounded like whispers. Multiple voices, overlapping, urgent. They knew I was listening. They knew I was getting close to understanding. I hired contractors to open the wall. They refused to finish the job after the first day. The foreman called me aside, his hands shaking as he lit a cigarette. They'd found personal items inside the voids, jewelry, wallets, pieces of clothing, items that looked like they'd been carefully preserved, and bones, lots of bones. The police investigation revealed what I'd already begun to suspect. The previous owner hadn't just watched his neighbors, he'd collected them. The basement held equipment I couldn't identify, journals filled with detailed observations of daily routines, maps marking the safest routes between houses and the hidden entrance to his property. But the investigation stalled when they couldn't locate all the remains. The names on the wall outnumbered the evidence they'd found. Too many people were still missing, their whereabouts unknown. The case file grew thick with unanswered questions and contradictory evidence. I moved out before they finished searching the house, but I still wake up some nights hearing that scratching, feeling like someone's watching me through the walls. The investigators never found how he'd gotten into other houses undetected, never discovered his full network of hidden passages and observation points. The scratching has followed me to my new place. Last week I found fresh writing on my bathroom mirror, names I don't recognize, written in steam that appears each morning. One of them might be mine, but the condensation fades before I can be certain. Sometimes I wonder if the previous owner was working alone or if there were others, if the watching ever really stopped or if it just changed hands. The police sealed my old house, but I drive by sometimes. The wallpaper in the upstairs window looks different now, fresh, like someone's been redecorating from the inside. Crime 3, they told me the fireplace was decorative. Never worked. I didn't believe it, so I removed the grate and reached inside. My fingers touched something rough, not wood, not stone, a jawbone, then fingers. I pulled out a skull intact with 4 perfect teeth. I didn't call the cops. I couldn't. I had just bought the place and I didn't want to lose it. But now I dream of a voice calling from inside the chimney. It keeps saying, "You took my silence, now take my story." The dreams feel more real each night, and I never light fires anymore. The real estate agent had been eager to close. Too eager, I realize now. She kept checking her phone, tapping her painted nails against the contract while I read through the fine print. The house smelled like vanilla candles and fresh paint, but underneath there was something else. Something metallic and cold that made my throat tighten. I started researching the property records the next morning. The house had changed hands 6 times in 15 years. Each sale happened quickly, always below market value. The previous owner, an elderly woman, had lived there alone for 3 years before selling to a family with young children. They lasted 8 months. Before her, a young couple bought it as their first home together. They were gone in 6 months, citing irreconcilable differences in their divorce papers. The pattern bothered me. I called the real estate office, but the agent who sold me the house no longer worked there. Her former colleague said she had moved out of state suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. She mentioned something about the agent having nightmares about one particular property, but wouldn't say which one. I found the elderly woman's obituary online. She had died just 2 months after selling the house. Natural causes, the paper said, but her neighbor mentioned she had become increasingly paranoid in her final weeks, claiming someone was living in her walls. The family with children had filed 3 noise complaints with the local authorities, all describing sounds coming from inside the house structure. Scratching, tapping, sometimes voices. The bones were still there, wrapped in newspaper now, hidden in my basement. I couldn't bring myself to dispose of them, but I couldn't report them either. The skull was small, delicate. The newspaper around them was dated 23 years ago, yellowed and brittle. The headline spoke of a missing person case that had gone cold. No name was visible, but the photograph showed someone young, with a gap-toothed smile remarkably similar to the 4 perfect teeth I'd found. I started interviewing the previous owners. The young couple was difficult to track down, but I finally reached the woman through social media. She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop far from the neighborhood. Her hands shook as she stirred sugar into her cup. She told me about the sounds, always at night, always from inside the walls. Her husband insisted it was mice or settling wood, but she knew better. The sounds were rhythmic, deliberate, like someone tapping out Morse code. She had tried to decode it once, sitting up all night with a notebook, but the pattern never repeated exactly the same way. The husband had started drinking heavily. He would stand in front of the fireplace for hours, staring at the bricktop opening. He claimed he could smell something burning, even though they never lit fires. The marriage fell apart when she found him one night trying to break through the brick with a hammer. He couldn't explain why. He just knew something was behind there, something that needed to come out. The family with children had a different story. The mother spoke to me over the phone, her voice tight with remembered fear. Her youngest daughter, barely 3 years old, had started talking to someone in the living room, always near the fireplace. The child would have full conversations, answering questions only she could hear. When pressed, she said her friend lived in a hot place and was very cold. The children's drawings from that period were disturbing. Stick figures standing inside rectangular shapes that could have been fireplaces or graves, always in black crayon, always with sad faces. The mother found them hidden under the child's mattress, dozens of them, all depicting the same scene. I contacted a local historian who specialized in property records. She found something interesting in the city archives. The house had been built on the site of a much older structure that had burned down under suspicious circumstances. A boarding house that catered to transient workers and people with nowhere else to go. The fire had killed everyone inside, but only 7 bodies were ever recovered. The 8th resident, a young drifter who had been staying there for several weeks, was never found. The fire investigators' report mentioned something odd. The flames had burned so intensely that the original fireplace had collapsed inward, sealing off the chimney completely. When they rebuilt the house, they simply bricked over the damaged chimney rather than repair it. The architect's notes mentioned an unusual smell coming from the sealed space, but attributed it to old soot and debris. I went back to the basement and unwrapped the bones again. The newspaper clipping was clearer now, and I could make out more of the story. The missing person had been a drifter, someone who moved from place to place without leaving much trace. The description matched what I knew about the boarding house's 8th resident, but the dates didn't align. The newspaper was from decades after the fire. That's when I realized the truth was more complex than I had imagined. The bones in the chimney weren't from the original fire. Someone else had put them there much later. Someone who knew about the sealed space and its history. Someone who understood that no one would ever look inside a decorative fireplace. I started having the dreams around this time, not the voice calling from the chimney, but something else. Dreams where I was standing in the living room, watching myself place the bones inside the fireplace, watching myself brick up the opening, watching myself forget what I had done. In the dreams, my hands were covered in lime and ash, and I was whispering apologies to someone I couldn't see. The real estate agent finally returned my calls. She sounded different, distant, and hollow. She agreed to meet me, but only if I promised not to record our conversation. We met in a parking lot outside town, and she looked like she hadn't slept in months. She told me about the previous sale, the one to the elderly woman, how the woman had insisted on inspecting every inch of the house, including spaces that were supposed to be inaccessible, how she had asked specific questions about the fireplace, questions that seemed to come from knowledge rather than curiosity. The agent had found it strange, but had processed the sale anyway. The elderly woman had made one unusual request. She wanted confirmation that the fireplace would never be opened or repaired. She had paid extra to have it permanently sealed with concrete, claiming she wanted to preserve the home's historical character. The agent remembered thinking it was an odd priority for someone her age. But what disturbed the agent most was what happened during the final walkthrough. The elderly woman had stood in front of the fireplace for nearly an hour, having what appeared to be a conversation with someone. The agent could only hear one side, but the woman seemed to be explaining something, apologizing, making promises. When asked about it later, the woman claimed she had been on a phone call, but the agent never saw her holding a phone. I drove to the cemetery where the elderly woman was buried. Her grave was simple, marked only with her initials and dates, but someone had been visiting recently. Fresh flowers, always the same type, appeared every few weeks. I asked the groundskeeper about it, and he said a young woman came by regularly, always alone, always carrying the same kind of flowers. She never stayed long, just long enough to whisper something to the headstone and leave. The groundskeeper described her as nervous, constantly looking over her shoulder as if she expected someone to follow her. She drove an old car with out-of-state plates and paid for the flowers in cash. He had tried to talk to her once, but she had hurried away without responding. I realized then that the story wasn't over. The bones in my chimney were just one piece of something larger, something that connected all the previous owners and maybe even me. Each person who had lived in the house had discovered part of the truth, but none of them had seen the complete picture. The dreams became more frequent and more detailed. I started remembering things that hadn't happened, or perhaps had happened to someone else. Memories of carrying something heavy up the stairs, of mixing concrete in the basement, of standing over an open fireplace while someone pleaded for their life. The memories felt real, but they belonged to actions I had never taken. I found myself researching missing persons cases from the area, looking for patterns that might connect to the house. There were more than I expected. People who had disappeared without explanation, always individuals who lived on the margins, people whose absence might not be immediately noticed. The cases spanned decades, but they all shared certain characteristics. The missing persons were always alone, always transient, always last seen in the vicinity of my neighborhood. The police reports were frustratingly vague, investigations that started with promise but quickly went cold, witnesses who initially seemed helpful but later recanted their statements or disappeared themselves, evidence that mysteriously went missing from storage facilities. It was as if someone with influence was actively working to keep these cases from being solved. I started watching the house at night from my car, parked across the street where I could see the living room windows. Sometimes I saw movement inside, shadows crossing in front of the fireplace, but I lived alone and I was sitting outside watching. The shadows moved with purpose, as if someone inside knew they were being observed. The real estate records revealed something else interesting. The house had been purchased multiple times by the same investment company, a corporation that existed only on paper and seemed to specialize in properties with troubled histories. Each time the house changed hands, this company was involved either as buyer, seller, or intermediary. But the company had no physical address, no listed employees, and no contact information beyond a post office box that had been closed for years. I traced the company's registration documents and found a name buried in the corporate filings. Someone who had been listed as the registered agent decades ago, someone whose signature appeared on multiple property transfers involving houses with similar histories. The name was familiar, though I couldn't place where I had seen it before. Then I found it in my own purchase documents. The same signature, barely legible but unmistakably the same handwriting, appeared on my deed transfer. But according to public records, the person who had signed those documents had been dead for over 10 years. I realized I was not the first person to find bones in that chimney, and I probably wouldn't be the last. The house was part of a system, a carefully maintained cycle that had been operating for decades. People bought the house, discovered its secret, and then became part of maintaining that secret. Some sold quickly and fled. Others stayed longer, drawn into something they couldn't understand or escape. The dreams were becoming harder to distinguish from memories now. I could remember conversations I had never had with people I had never met about things I had never done. But the conversations felt real, urgent, filled with the kind of desperate negotiation that happens when someone's life hangs in the balance. I stopped sleeping in the house. I rented a motel room across town, but even there the dreams followed me. I would wake up with dirt under my fingernails and the taste of lime in my mouth. My clothes smelled like old concrete and fear. I was becoming part of whatever had happened in that house, whether I wanted to or not. The bones were gone when I returned to check on them. The basement was exactly as I had left it, except for the empty space where I had hidden them. No sign of forced entry, no disturbance to the rest of my belongings, just an absence where evidence used to be, as if the bones had never existed at all. But I still have the newspaper clipping, the one that was wrapped around the skull. I keep it folded in my wallet now, and sometimes I take it out and stare at the photograph of the missing person. The gap-toothed smile looks more familiar each time I see it, as if I'm remembering someone I used to know. I put the house back on the market, but I haven't left yet. Something keeps me here, some unfinished business that I can't quite identify. The real estate agent handling the sale is young and eager, just like the one who sold it to me. She asks too few questions and seems anxious to close quickly. Her hands shake when she thinks no one is looking. Sometimes I catch myself standing in front of the fireplace, listening for sounds from inside the sealed space. There's nothing there now, just silence and darkness, but the silence feels temporary, like a held breath waiting to be released. And I know that someday, someone else will buy this house and reach into that chimney, looking for something they don't expect to find. The dreams tell me I know who that will be. They tell me I've always known. Crime 4, I never noticed it before. Who puts a deadbolt on the inside of a closet? It didn't make sense. The closet was shallow, barely big enough for a coat rack. But the lock wasn't old, it had been used recently. When I picked it open, I saw scratch marks on the back wall, dozens of them, like someone had been counting. There was something else too, a patch of drywall that sounded hollow. I haven't opened it yet. I don't know if I want to. Sometimes when I stand close, I hear breathing. But it always stops when I press my ear to the wall. I inherited this house from my aunt 3 months ago. She lived here alone for 20 years after her husband died. The neighbors said she was quiet, kept to herself. Normal, but normal people don't install deadbolts inside closets. The first thing I did was search through her belongings. Most of it was ordinary old photographs, recipe books, knitting supplies. But in the kitchen drawer I found a notebook filled with dates and times. The entries went back 5 years. They were simple, just numbers and brief notes. Heard footsteps upstairs, checked locks twice. Kitchen window open again. I know I closed it. Someone moved my reading glasses. I called the police about the notebook. The officer who came was polite but dismissive. He said elderly people often become paranoid, especially when living alone. He suggested my aunt might have been experiencing early signs of dementia. The explanation made sense. It should have satisfied me. But I kept finding things. Behind the water heater in the basement, I discovered a plastic bag containing cash, jewelry, and a driver's license that didn't belong to my aunt. The photo showed a young woman with dark hair. The license had expired 2 years ago. I brought it to the police station myself this time. The detective I spoke with was more interested. She took the license and ran the information. The woman had been reported missing by her family. She disappeared after leaving work one evening. Her car was found 3 days later in a parking lot across town, keys still in the ignition. The case had gone cold. I started asking questions around the neighborhood. Most people barely remembered my aunt. She was invisible, they said, came and went quietly. But one neighbor, an elderly man who lived across the street, had more to say. He'd noticed things over the years. Strange cars parked outside the house. Lights on in windows that should have been dark. Once he'd seen someone carrying what looked like heavy bags to the backyard. When I asked why he'd never called the police, he shrugged. He minded his own business, he said. Besides, he'd assumed it was family helping with renovations. I went back to the house and searched more carefully. In the basement, I found disturbed earth beneath the concrete floor. Small patches where the cement looked newer than the rest. I borrowed a jackhammer from a friend and broke through one section. The smell hit me first, earth mixed with something else, something organic that had been buried for a long time. I stopped digging and called the police again. The detective came with a team this time. They spent 2 days excavating the basement. They found remains, not just one set. The investigation expanded. Ground-penetrating radar revealed more disturbed areas throughout the property. The backyard, under the front porch, even inside the walls. I kept thinking about the notebook, about my aunt's careful documentation of sounds and movements. Had she been recording her own actions, or had she been genuinely afraid of something? The detective shared more details as the investigation progressed. They'd identified 3 sets of remains so far, all women, all reported missing over the past decade, all last seen in the area around my aunt's house. The coroner estimated they'd been dead for years. But there was a problem with the timeline. My aunt had been in the hospital for the final 2 months of her life. She'd been bedridden, unable to walk or care for herself. Yet one of the women had disappeared just weeks before my aunt's death. I remembered the hollow sound in the closet wall. I'd been avoiding it, but now I couldn't ignore it anymore. I took a sledgehammer to the drywall and broke through. The space behind the wall was larger than I'd expected. It had been carefully constructed, with ventilation and electrical work. There was a small mattress on the floor, empty food containers, a bucket. The walls were covered with scratch marks, but these weren't tally marks. They were words, please, names. One name appeared more often than the others. It was my aunt's name. I found something else in that hidden space. A phone, still charged. The call log showed dozens of outgoing calls to the same number. I dialed it. My aunt's voice answered. It was her answering machine, the one I disconnected when I moved in. But the message was different from what I remembered. Instead of her usual greeting, she was whispering. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry, I can't stop him. He has the key." The detective explained what they'd pieced together. My aunt's husband hadn't died of natural causes. He'd been killed by someone else. Someone who'd then taken over the house, keeping my aunt as a prisoner in her own home. The notebook entries weren't the ravings of a paranoid woman. They were evidence. She'd been documenting the presence of someone who shouldn't have been there. The question was, who? I thought about the neighbors who described my aunt as quiet and invisible. I thought about the man across the street who'd seen things but never called the police. I thought about the detective who'd been so interested in the case, who'd known exactly what questions to ask. I thought about the key to the closet lock, the one I'd found in the kitchen drawer with the notebook. It was on a ring with 2 other keys. One opened the front door. The other opened a door I hadn't found yet. I'm still living in the house. The investigation is ongoing. They tell me it's a crime scene, but they haven't asked me to leave. Sometimes I wonder if they're watching me, waiting to see what I'll do next. The breathing behind the wall has stopped, but I still hear sounds. Footsteps upstairs when I'm in the basement. The kitchen window opening when I know I locked it. My reading glasses moved to places I didn't put them. I started keeping a notebook of my own, just dates and times, simple observations, nothing that would seem strange to anyone reading it later. But I know someone is reading it. I can tell because the pages are never quite how I left them, and sometimes there are new entries in handwriting that isn't mine. They're always the same. I'm sorry, I can't stop him. He has the key. I found the third key's purpose yesterday. It opens a door in the basement I hadn't noticed before, hidden behind a false wall. Beyond it, there's a tunnel. It leads to the house across the street, to the neighbor who minded his own business, who saw things but never called the police. I haven't told the detective about the tunnel yet. I'm not sure I will, because I'm starting to understand that some investigations never really end. They just change hands, and sometimes the person asking the questions isn't looking for answers. They're looking for someone to blame. Crime 5, it started with a rusty key placed neatly at my front door. No note, no explanation. I thought it was a prank. Then a second key arrived, then a third, all different shapes, all clearly used. I tried ignoring them, but more kept coming. Eventually I tested one on the old garden shed out back. It clicked. Inside was a mattress, a bucket, and a stained shirt. I locked the shed again, tossed the key. The next day the key was back and the shed door was wide open. Now I don't sleep until I'm sure the house is locked, but deep down I know one of those keys probably fits my front door. The smell hit me first when I opened that shed door. Not death, not decay, something else. Something that reminded me of basement laundry rooms and forgotten corners where moisture collects. The mattress looked newer than it should have, considering the rust on the key. I picked up the shirt with 2 fingers, cotton, faded blue with what looked like old sweat stains around the collar. No blood, nothing dramatic, just the kind of worn clothing you'd find in any donation bin. But someone had kept it there, someone had locked it away. I started keeping a journal of the keys, brass ones, silver ones, some painted black with chips revealing metal underneath. They appeared on different schedules, sometimes daily, sometimes with gaps that made me think it had stopped. The neighbors didn't see anyone. The postal worker shrugged when I asked. Security cameras from the house across the street showed nothing unusual, just empty frames of my front steps. The 4th key opened my mailbox. I hadn't even considered trying it there until I noticed the lock looked different, cleaner, recently oiled. Inside, mixed with my regular mail, was a utility bill addressed to someone else. The name was scratched out with black ink, but the address was clear, 3 blocks away, the same neighborhood where I walked my dog every evening. I drove past the house instead of walking. White shutters, brown brick, a garden that looked maintained but not loved. The kind of place that blends into a street until you're looking for it specifically. A woman was loading groceries from her trunk. She moved carefully, checking over her shoulder more than necessary. When she saw my car slow down, she stopped completely and stared until I drove away. That night I found another key, but this one was different, newer, with a small plastic tag attached, the kind locksmiths use for identification. The tag had a number written in red ink, 17. I counted the keys I'd collected, 16. This was the 17th. The woman from the grocery store was reported missing 2 days later. I know because I started reading the local news more carefully, searching for connections I hoped I wouldn't find. The article mentioned she'd been receiving strange mail, packages left at her door. Her sister told reporters she'd seemed nervous recently, had been talking about moving somewhere safer. I tested the 17th key on every door in my house. Front door, back door, basement door, even the old pantry lock that hadn't worked in years. Nothing. I tried windows, garden gates, even the neighbor's shed when I was sure they weren't home. Still nothing. The key felt warm in my palm, like it had been recently handled. The next morning brought number 18, and with it, a small folded paper. Not a note exactly, just a receipt from a hardware store downtown for a lock installation. The date was recent, the customer name blacked out with the same careful ink used on the utility bill, but I could see part of an address through the scribbles, my address. I changed my locks that afternoon, all of them. The locksmith was a tired man with paint under his fingernails who asked too many questions about why I needed the work done so urgently. When he finished, he handed me 3 keys for each lock. I counted them twice before he left, 9 keys total. That evening, I found 10 keys on my doorstep. The extra key was identical to my new front door key, perfect duplicate, down to the small nick the locksmith had accidentally made when cutting the original. I held them up to compare, and my hands started shaking. Not from fear exactly, but from a recognition I didn't want to acknowledge. I called the locksmith. He insisted he'd only made 3 copies, showed me his work order, his receipts. But his eyes kept shifting to the window, and when I mentioned the address where I'd seen the missing woman, he said he'd been to that street recently. Lot of work in that neighborhood, he said. People feeling unsafe, wanting better security. The missing woman's house was empty when I walked past it the next evening. No cars, no lights, but the front door was slightly open, just enough to see darkness inside. I should have called someone, should have walked away. Instead, I tried the 17th key. It fit perfectly. The house smelled like that shed, damp, used, forgotten, but also like coffee and vanilla, like someone had been living there recently. The kitchen had dishes in the sink, a newspaper folded to the crime section on the table. Upstairs, I found a bedroom with clothes still in the closet, a dresser covered with photographs turned face down. In the bathroom, I found my own reflection in a medicine cabinet mirror that shouldn't have been there. Behind it, carved into the drywall, was a list of addresses. Mine was at the bottom, written in the same red ink as the key tags. I ran then, left the key in the lock, left the door open, ran back to my house where I checked every window, every lock, every shadow. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in that house recently. Someone who knew I would come, who wanted me to find that list. The keys stopped appearing after that night. My doorstep stayed empty for days, then weeks. I thought it was over. I thought I'd broken some pattern by finding the source. But late one evening, while checking my locks for the 3rd time that night, I heard something that made my blood freeze. The sound of keys jingling, not outside, but inside my house. Upstairs, in the bedroom I'd never checked with the 17th key because I'd been too focused on doors and windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, following the sound. My bedroom door was closed, though I never close it. The jingling came from inside. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard breathing. Calm, patient breathing. The 17th key was in my pocket. I'd kept it without realizing, some instinct telling me I might need it again. It trembled in my hand as I reached for the door handle. But I didn't use it. Instead, I backed away, walked downstairs, and sat in my kitchen until morning, because I realized something that changed everything. The locksmith who'd installed my new locks, I'd seen his van parked outside the missing woman's house. And when he'd handed me those 9 keys, explaining how the locks worked, he'd smiled like someone sharing a private joke. The keys never stopped coming. They just started arriving from the inside. Crime 6. I live alone, always have. When I noticed the bed in the guest room was rumpled, I figured I was imagining it. But the next morning it was made again, tighter than I ever make it. Then came the smell of soap, of burnt coffee. I thought maybe I was sleepwalking, so I set up a hidden camera. The footage showed no one entering, but the room changed. Subtle things, a different pillow, a sock I didn't own, the light bulb replaced. On the third night, the camera went dark. When I checked it, the lens was shattered from the inside. The fragments of glass were scattered inward, but that made no sense. I swept them up with trembling fingers, each shard catching the light like tiny accusations. The carpet beneath showed indentations, footprints that weren't mine, too small, too careful. I pressed my palm against one impression and felt the phantom weight of someone else's presence. I called the police, but what could I tell them? That someone was living in my house without leaving evidence. That objects moved when I wasn't looking. The officer who responded had tired eyes and a mustache that needed trimming. He walked through my home with professional detachment, checking windows, testing locks. Everything was secure. Nothing was missing. No signs of forced entry. After he left, I sat in my kitchen staring at the coffee maker. The carafe was clean, but the smell of burnt coffee lingered. I hadn't made coffee in weeks. I drink tea, always have, but the scent was there mixing with something else. Lavender soap, the kind my grandmother used, thick and cloying. I started documenting everything. A notebook filled with observations, photographs of objects that seemed out of place. A book spine facing the wrong direction, a throw pillow compressed differently, the thermostat adjusted by 2 degrees, small violations that added up to something larger, something deliberate. The real breakthrough came when I found the journal. It was wedged behind the radiator in the guest room, wrapped in a plastic bag that crinkled when I pulled it free. The cover was water-stained, the pages filled with careful handwriting in blue ink. Someone else's thoughts, someone else's life hidden in my house. The entries were dated, spanning months I hadn't noticed. The writer described my routines with uncomfortable accuracy. What time I left for work, when I grocery shopped, which lights I left on. But there were other details, intimate observations that made my skin crawl. How I hummed while cooking, the way I talked to myself when frustrated, my habit of checking the front door twice before bed. The writer called me the resident and spoke about me with clinical fascination, like I was a specimen being studied. There were sketches too, floor plans of my house, diagrams of my daily patterns, drawings of objects they'd moved or replaced. Each entry was signed with a small symbol, a circle with a line through it. I flipped to the most recent entry, written just days before. The handwriting was shakier, more urgent. The writer described feeling trapped, needing to leave but having nowhere to go. They mentioned someone following them, watching them. They were afraid, but not of me, of someone else entirely. The final entry was a single line. They found me here too. I called the detective handling missing persons cases. Her voice was professional but weary when I explained what I'd found. She asked me to bring in the journal, said she'd run the handwriting through their database. While waiting, I researched the symbol from the journal entries. It appeared in online forums dedicated to homeless communities, a mark used to indicate safe places to sleep undetected. The detective called back within hours. The handwriting matched a missing person report filed 6 months ago, a young woman who disappeared from a domestic violence shelter. Her name had been on a waiting list for transitional housing. The case had gone cold after surveillance footage showed her leaving the shelter voluntarily, carrying only a small backpack. But there was more, 2 other similar cases in neighboring counties. People who'd vanished from shelters or temporary housing, all carrying the same symbol drawn in their personal belongings. all last seen on security cameras, walking away with their few possessions. No foul play suspected, no follow-up investigations. I realized then that my house had been chosen carefully. Single occupant, predictable schedule, guest room that went unused. Perfect for someone who needed to disappear completely. But if she'd been hiding here for months, where was she now? And who was the they she'd written about in her final entry? The detective suggested I change my locks and install a security system. Standard advice for someone who'd been unknowingly harboring a fugitive, but something felt unfinished, a story with missing pages. I kept thinking about that final entry, the fear in those shaky words. I started visiting the places mentioned in the journal, a library where she'd spent afternoons, a park where she'd watched people feed ducks. I showed her photo to staff, asked if anyone remembered seeing her. Most shook their heads politely, but a librarian paused when she saw the image. She remembered a young woman who'd used the computers regularly, always choosing the terminal in the back corner where she could see both entrances. She'd been nervous, constantly looking over her shoulder. The librarian had offered help once, but the woman had declined quickly, almost frantically. The last time anyone had seen her was the same week I'd first noticed the disturbed bed. She'd left the library suddenly, abandoning research she'd been working on for days. The librarian found printouts left behind, articles about identity theft, legal name changes, how to disappear completely. I drove home as the sun set, thinking about someone so desperate to vanish that they'd lived secretly in a stranger's house. But the more I learned, the more questions multiplied. If she'd been planning to disappear, why leave the journal behind? Why not take it with her when she finally left? That night I sat in the guest room holding her journal, trying to understand what had driven someone to such extremes. The room felt different now, charged with the knowledge of what had happened here. I could almost sense her presence, careful footsteps, held breath, the constant vigilance of someone who'd learned that safety was temporary. But there was something else, a nagging doubt that grew stronger as I reread her entries. The observations were too detailed, too intimate. She'd known things about my life that couldn't be learned from hiding in a spare room. She'd known my schedule before it became routine, predicted changes in my behavior before I made them. I found myself wondering if she'd really been hiding from someone else, or if I'd been the one being watched all along. The journal entries read differently now, less like the desperate notes of a refugee, and more like the careful documentation of someone preparing for something specific. The circle with a line through it wasn't just a homeless symbol. I'd seen it before, carved into the tree outside my bedroom window, small enough to miss unless you were looking for it, a mark that had been there for months, maybe longer. I closed the journal and looked around the guest room with new eyes. Not a hiding place, but a base of operations. Not a victim seeking shelter, but someone who'd chosen my house, my life, for reasons I was only beginning to understand. The phone rang downstairs, sharp and urgent in the silence. I let it go to voicemail, but couldn't shake the feeling that everything was connected. The missing woman, the journal, the calls that came when I was alone with these thoughts. Tomorrow I would contact the detective again, but tonight I sat in the darkness of the guest room, wondering if the person who'd been watching me was really gone, or if disappearing had been part of a larger plan I couldn't yet see. Crime 7, it was on a flyer taped to a telephone pole downtown, a wanted sketch, no name, just a face, mine, identical. I stared at it for a long time before tearing it down and rushing home. I haven't done anything illegal, not that I remember, but then I started getting followed, people staring too long, crossing the street when they saw me. I called the precinct. They denied making any sketch matching my description, said no flyer was ever distributed. But each morning since, new ones appear near my house. Someone wants me to confess, I just don't know to what. The first sketch artist I contacted worked out of a cramped office above a laundromat. The smell of detergent and fabric softener clung to everything, even her business cards. She examined the flyer with reading glasses that made her eyes appear unnaturally large. Her fingers traced the pencil lines of my supposed face while I sat across from her, sweating despite the air conditioning that rattled constantly in the corner. "This is good work," she said, not looking up. "Professional quality, clean lines, proper shading techniques. Whoever drew this knew what they were doing." I leaned forward, but the police say they never made it. "Doesn't mean they didn't." She finally looked at me, her magnified eyes studying my actual face against the sketch. "Sometimes departments contract freelancers. Sometimes witnesses work with private investigators. Sometimes families make their own when they feel the system has failed them." That word hung in the air, failed. I drove home through streets that suddenly felt foreign, checking my rearview mirror more than necessary. Every face at traffic lights seemed to be comparing me to something, a memory, a description, a crime scene they'd witnessed. My apartment felt different when I returned, not broken into, nothing missing, but rearranged in ways so subtle I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. The kitchen chair pulled out slightly from the table. My bedroom door open when I distinctly remembered closing it. The shower curtain pushed to one side, revealing the empty tub where water droplets still clung to the ceramic despite my not having bathed that morning. I called my sister. She listened without interrupting as I explained about the sketches, the stares, the feeling of being watched. When I finished, she was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. "Do you remember that summer you stayed with me?" she finally asked. "After college, when you were going through that rough patch." I remembered fragments: unemployment, depression, drinking too much, sleeping on her couch and leaving at odd hours because I couldn't stand being around her perfect life with her perfect husband and their perfect routine. "You disappeared for 3 days," she continued, "just vanished. When you came back, you had cuts on your hands and mud under your fingernails. You said you'd been camping, but you didn't have any gear." The line crackled with static, or maybe that was just my pulse in my ears. I never told anyone this, but I found bloody clothes in my washing machine the next morning. "Your clothes. You must have put them there during the night." I threw them away because I was scared to ask questions. I hung up without saying goodbye. The library downtown keeps newspaper archives dating back decades. I spent the afternoon scrolling through microfiche, searching for crimes that occurred during those missing 3 days. A convenience store robbery, a hit-and-run accident, an assault behind a nightclub. Each article included witness descriptions that could have been anyone, including me. But it was the unsolved case that made my hands shake as I adjusted the focus. A woman found unconscious in a parking garage. No witnesses, no cameras, no leads. She'd survived but suffered memory loss from the attack. The article mentioned she'd worked with a sketch artist to create a composite of her attacker based on fragmented recollections. The sketch wasn't included in the newspaper, but the reporter's name was. He still worked at the paper, though his voice over the phone sounded weathered by years of chasing stories that rarely had happy endings. When I explained why I was calling, he was quiet for a long moment. "That case," he said slowly. "The woman, she never stopped believing someone would recognize the sketch. She paid to have copies made and distributed them herself. put them up around town even though the police told her to stop. Said it was harassment, could lead to false accusations. What happened to her? Still lives in the same neighborhood, still puts up those sketches. Every few months, someone calls the paper asking about them, people who think they recognize the face. He gave me her address without my asking. The house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, surrounded by overgrown hedges that hadn't been trimmed in years, paint peeled from the shutters, and the mailbox tilted at an angle that suggested it had been hit by something and never properly repaired. I sat in my car for a long time before walking to the front door. She answered on the second knock, and I understood immediately why my face had seemed familiar to her, even through the haze of trauma and medication. We had the same eyes, the same shape of nose, the same way of holding our mouths when concentrating. We could have been related. "You're him," she said simply. Not an accusation, just a statement of fact. "I don't remember," I said, and meant it. She invited me inside. The living room was shrine to that single night that had defined years of her life. Newspaper clippings covered one entire wall. Police reports she'd obtained through Freedom of Information requests, medical records documenting her injuries, and dozens of copies of the sketch, each one slightly different as she'd refined the details with various artists over the years. "I dream about you," she said, settling into a chair that faced the wall of evidence. "Not nightmares, just ordinary dreams where we're having coffee or standing in line at the grocery store. In the dreams, you're always trying to tell me something, but I can never hear the words." She made tea that tasted like it had been steeping too long. As we sat in silence, I studied the sketches. Some showed me as I appeared now. Others depicted me younger or older or with different expressions. One showed me smiling, which seemed obscene given the context. "The doctors said I might never remember what actually happened," she continued. "Head trauma can do that, create false memories, erase real ones. Sometimes I wonder if the face I described to the artist was just someone I'd seen on television or passed on the street, a composite of features my brain assembled when it needed to give shape to fear." The sketches stared back at us from the wall, dozens of versions of my face, each one slightly accusatory. "But you keep putting them up," I said. "Because what if I'm right? What if my subconscious remembers what my conscious mind forgot? What if you're out there living a normal life while I'm stuck in this moment, afraid to park in garages or walk alone after dark?" I finished my tea and stood to leave. At the door, she handed me a fresh copy of the sketch, this one drawn on heavier paper that wouldn't deteriorate as quickly when taped to telephone poles. "Keep it," she said. "Maybe it will help you remember." I drove home through streets that looked different in the evening light. Every shadow could hide someone watching. Every reflection in store windows could reveal a face that matched the one folded in my pocket. The sketch felt heavy despite weighing almost nothing. That night I dreamed of her dreams. We were having coffee in a place I'd never been, and I was trying to tell her something important. But every time I opened my mouth, no sound emerged. She kept leaning closer, straining to hear words that wouldn't come. I woke up with the taste of tea still in my mouth and the certainty that some truths are too dangerous to remember, even when forgetting them might be the cruelest thing of all. Crime 8, it's always in the same spot, living room corner where the ceiling meets the wall. The dog stares, growls, whines. I checked for mice, for leaks, even structural damage. Nothing. One night he started barking so violently I had to pull him away. That's when I heard it, a dragging sound overhead. I live on the top floor. The attic is empty, sealed. When I went up, I found dust disturbed, a chair moved, and scratches, small ones like fingernails, along the beams. Now the dog won't go near that room. I'm starting to understand why. The real estate agent had been too eager when I first viewed this place. Her smile stretched wide across her face, but her eyes kept darting to that same corner. She mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly, personal emergency, she said, no forwarding address. The rent was below market value, which should have been my first warning, but I needed a place fast and the building seemed solid enough. I started making calls. The building management company had no record of complaints from the previous tenant. No maintenance requests, no noise violations. Clean record, they assured me. But when I pressed for details about why she left, the manager's voice grew distant. Family issues, he repeated like he'd rehearsed it. When I asked about accessing the attic space, he said it was sealed for safety reasons. Structural concerns, he claimed. My neighbor across the hall, an elderly woman who's lived here for decades, invited me for coffee. She had that careful way of speaking that people develop when they've learned to measure their words. She mentioned the previous tenant was quiet, kept to herself. Nice enough woman, but she seemed troubled toward the end. Started asking strange questions about the building's history, about what might be stored above the apartments. The coffee grew cold as she described sounds from the apartment above. Furniture being moved, she said, but always the same piece dragged across the floor. Sometimes it happened during the day, sometimes deep into the night. She knocked on my door once to ask if I was renovating. When I told her I lived alone and had no plans to rearrange anything, her face changed. She asked if I'd been experiencing anything unusual. I told her about the dog, about the scratches in the attic. She excused herself then, said she had an appointment, but before I left, she pressed a folded piece of paper into my hand. An address, she whispered. The previous tenant's sister lives there. She might have answers. The sister lived in a small house on the outskirts of town. When I knocked, she opened the door just wide enough to see me, chain still latched. I explained who I was, mentioned the apartment. Her face went pale. She asked if I'd found anything up there, if the sounds had started again. I told her about the dog's behavior, about the disturbed dust. She unlatched the chain and let me in. The house smelled of lavender and something medicinal. She offered me tea with shaking hands. Her sister had been obsessed with that attic space, she explained. Started hearing things, seeing shadows. The management company refused to give her access, claimed it was against building policy, so she found her own way in. The tea tasted bitter. She continued her story, how her sister had discovered evidence of someone living up there, not recently, but years ago. Old belongings, makeshift furniture, food containers. Someone had been using the space, accessing it through a hidden panel. The scratches weren't from animals. She stood and walked to a drawer, pulling out a manila envelope. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. The images showed the attic space, but not as I'd seen it. These photos revealed a different story. A mattress in the corner, personal items scattered around, clothes folded neatly. Someone had been living there, watching, waiting. My hands trembled as I examined each photograph. The sister explained that her sibling had taken these before confronting the building management. They dismissed her concerns, claimed she was imagining things. When she threatened to involve authorities, they offered to terminate her lease early, no penalties. She'd accepted, too frightened to fight. The photographs showed something else. In the corner where my dog always barked, there was a small hole in the floor, just large enough for someone to see through, to watch the apartment below. The angle would provide a clear view of the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom doorway. I asked what happened to the evidence, why authorities weren't contacted. The sister's voice dropped to a whisper. Her sibling had been found dead 2 weeks after moving out. Apparent suicide, they ruled, but she'd been terrified, convinced someone was following her. She changed her locks, installed security cameras, but the fear consumed her. The manila envelope contained more than photographs. There were notes written in cramped handwriting, observations about sounds, about movements detected overhead, times when the dragging noise occurred, correlations with my neighbor's schedule, with patterns of activity in the building. The previous tenant had been documenting everything, building a case. I read through the notes, recognizing details from my own experience. The dog's barking always started at the same time, always focused on that corner. The scratches I'd found matched the description in the notes, but there were other details, disturbing ones. References to someone watching, to shadows moving when no one should be there. The sister walked me to the door, pressing the envelope into my hands. She urged me to be careful, to trust my instincts. Her sister had been convinced that whoever was using the attic hadn't left. They'd simply become more careful, more hidden. The management company's eagerness to rent the apartment at below market value suddenly made sense. I drove home through empty streets, the envelope heavy on the passenger seat. The photographs had shown something I'd missed during my brief visit to the attic. Tool marks around the hidden panel, fresh ones. Someone had been accessing the space recently, maintaining their secret entrance. Back in my apartment, the dog was waiting by the door, ears alert. He followed me to the living room, but stopped short of the corner. His tail was tucked, body tense. I looked up at the ceiling, imaging the hidden observer above. The scratches I'd found weren't old. They were fresh, recent. I called the police non-emergency line, explained my concerns. The officer listened politely but seemed skeptical. Without evidence of actual criminal activity, they couldn't justify investigating. I asked about the previous tenant's death, whether there'd been a thorough investigation. The officer's tone shifted, became more formal. He suggested I contact the building management with my concerns. The management company's response came quickly. They offered to terminate my lease early, no penalties, same as they'd offered the previous tenant. When I pressed for access to the attic to investigate my concerns, they claimed it was against building policy. Structural concerns, they repeated. I spent that night sitting in my living room, watching the corner where the dog refused to go. Every small sound made me look up, wondering if someone was moving above. The photographs had shown recent activity, but I had no proof. The building management wanted me gone, just like they'd wanted the previous tenant gone. The dog started barking again around midnight, focused on that same spot. But this time I heard something else. A soft scraping sound, like someone trying to be quiet. I grabbed a flashlight and headed for the attic access. The ladder felt cold under my hands. In the attic, I found the hidden panel the photographs had shown. It was slightly ajar, recently used. Beyond it was a small space, just large enough for someone to hide. Fresh food containers, a pillow, a notebook. Someone had been living here, watching through the hole in the floor. The notebook contained entries describing my daily routine, my habits, my schedule. Times when I left for work, when I returned, when I went to bed. The handwriting was careful, methodical. Whoever was doing this had been studying me, learning my patterns. I heard footsteps on the ladder below, slow, deliberate. Someone was coming up to the attic. I turned off my flashlight and waited in the darkness, heart pounding. The footsteps stopped at the entrance. I could hear breathing, soft and controlled. A voice called my name. It was the building manager, asking if I was all right. He'd received reports of noise, wanted to check on me. His tone was concerned, professional, but he knew my name without me telling him. He knew I was in the attic. I climbed down the ladder, notebook hidden in my jacket. The manager stood in my apartment, looking around with familiar eyes. He apologized for the intrusion, said he'd been worried about me. The dog was nowhere to be seen, had disappeared into the bedroom. He asked about my concerns regarding the attic, whether I'd found anything unusual. His smile was the same one the real estate agent had worn, too wide, too practiced. I told him I'd found nothing, just dust and old furniture. He seemed relieved, mentioned that the previous tenant had similar concerns. Unfounded, he assured me. After he left, I found the dog hiding under the bed, trembling. The notebook was still in my jacket, evidence of someone's obsession with my life. But who was watching and why? The building manager had access to all the apartments, knew everyone's schedules. He could have been the one living in the attic or protecting whoever was. I made copies of everything, the photographs, the notes, the notebook entries. I mailed them to the previous tenant's sister, to the police, to anyone who might listen, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. The building management company was too connected, too careful. They'd been managing this situation for years. The dog won't go near that corner anymore. Sometimes I still hear the dragging sound, but now I know what it is. Someone moving furniture, rearranging their hidden space. The scratches on the beams aren't from animals. They're from someone who's been watching me sleep, studying my habits, waiting for the right moment. I've started looking for a new place to live, but I wonder if it will make any difference. The previous tenant thought she'd escaped, but she was still found dead. The notebook entries in the attic showed knowledge of my life before I'd even moved in. Someone had been planning this, preparing for my arrival. The building manager calls regularly now, checking on me, asking about my concerns. He's always helpful, always professional. But his eyes are the same ones I imagine watching through that hole in the ceiling. And when he leaves, I always find evidence that someone has been in my apartment, small things moved, items touched. The dog keeps barking at the ceiling, but now I understand why. He's not barking at what's up there. He's warning me about what's coming down. Crime 9, I didn't notice it until my second night. Tucked behind the vent, a tiny lens still blinking. I unscrewed the vent and found a hidden camcorder, its storage full. I played it. Most files were corrupted, but a few worked. They showed other guests, sleeping, showering, terrified. One file showed someone standing over the bed for hours, still breathing. The worst part, in the last video I was the one standing, but I never left the bed, not even once. The first thing I did was call the front desk. My hands were shaking as I held the device, its weight heavier than it should have been. The clerk sounded genuinely surprised, concerned even. She promised to send someone up immediately, but something in her voice made me hesitate. A slight pause before she spoke, like she was choosing her words carefully. I spent the next hour going through every file I could access. Most were fragments, distorted images that meant nothing. But the clear ones told a story I wasn't prepared for. Guest after guest, captured in their most vulnerable moments. Some seemed to know they were being watched. I could see it in their eyes, the way they'd glance toward the vent, then quickly look away. The maintenance man who came to my room was different from what I expected. Older, with calloused hands that moved too confidently around the device. He barely looked at the camera before nodding and placing it in a bag. No questions about how long it had been there, no shock at what we discovered, just routine efficiency that felt wrong. I asked him how many rooms had these devices. He paused, screwdriver still in his hand, and told me he'd never seen anything like it before, but his eyes said otherwise. They held the weight of someone who'd been carrying secrets for too long. That evening I couldn't sleep. Every sound in the hallway made me freeze. Footsteps that stopped just outside my door, then continued. A key card being swiped in the room next to mine, followed by muffled voices. I pressed my ear to the wall, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. The next morning I went to the police. The officer who took my statement was thorough, asking detailed questions about the device, the files, the hotel staff. But when I mentioned the video of myself, her expression changed. She leaned back in her chair and asked me to repeat what I'd seen. I described the figure standing motionless beside the bed, the way the timestamp showed hours passing with no movement, how the person's breathing was visible in the dim light from the hallway. The officer wrote everything down, but I could see doubt creeping into her features. She asked if I'd been taking anything for sleep, if I'd been under stress lately. Standard questions, she assured me, but they felt like accusations. I told her about my recent divorce, the work pressure that had brought me to this hotel in the first place. Each detail seemed to build a case against my credibility. The investigation moved slowly. I called weekly for updates, but the responses became shorter, less detailed. The device had been damaged, they told me. The files were corrupted beyond recovery. The hotel was cooperating fully, but there wasn't much evidence to work with. I started researching on my own. Online forums were full of similar stories. Hidden cameras in rental properties, hotels, even private homes. But the accounts that matched mine exactly were harder to find. Videos showing the person who discovered the camera doing things they swore they'd never done. One forum post caught my attention. A traveler described finding a camera in their room, watching footage of themselves sleepwalking. They'd never had that condition before. The timestamp showed them wandering the halls for hours, entering other rooms, standing over sleeping strangers. They had no memory of any of it. The responses to that post were mixed. Some offered medical explanations, others suggested the footage was fabricated, but a few people shared their own experiences. Similar devices, similar videos, similar gaps in memory, always in the same hotel chain, though no one mentioned specific locations. I returned to the hotel 3 weeks later. The room had been renovated, they told me. New carpets, fresh paint, updated fixtures. The vent where I'd found the camera had been sealed and painted over. When I asked about the maintenance man, they said no one matching that description worked there. The night manager was more helpful than the day staff. She'd worked there for years and remembered odd complaints from guests. People claiming to have done things they couldn't remember. Waking up in different clothes, finding evidence of activities they'd never participated in. Management had always blamed stress, alcohol, or prescription medications. She lowered her voice when she told me about the previous owner, a man who'd invested heavily in security systems, claiming he wanted to protect his guests. But after he sold the property, several employees had quit without explanation. Some had mentioned feeling watched, even when they were alone. I tried to contact these former employees, but most had moved away or changed their contact information. The one person I reached hung up when I mentioned the hotel's name. Their silence felt like confirmation of something I couldn't quite articulate. The police closed my case after 2 months. Insufficient evidence, they said. The camera could have been placed by anyone with access to the room. The corrupted files made it impossible to determine how long the device had been there or who was responsible for installing it. But I kept thinking about that video of myself, the way the figure moved, the familiar posture, the clothing that looked exactly like what I'd worn to bed. I'd studied my own reflection enough to recognize the subtle details that others might miss. I started sleeping with a voice recorder running, not because I believed I was sleepwalking, but because I needed proof that I stayed in bed. The recordings were mostly silent, punctuated by my own breathing and the occasional shift in position, normal sounds of normal sleep. Except for one night, the recording captured something else. Footsteps in my room, the sound of someone moving carefully through the darkness. Then silence that lasted for hours. When I played it back, I could hear breathing that didn't match my own rhythm. Someone had been in my room, standing close enough to be picked up by the microphone. I checked the locks, the windows, every possible entry point. Nothing had been disturbed, but the recording didn't lie. Someone had been there watching me sleep, just like in the hotel video. The realization that it was happening in my own home made my skin crawl. The truth I'm avoiding is simpler than the conspiracy I've been building in my mind, but it's also more terrifying. Because if the person in those videos really was me, if I'm capable of things I can't remember, then what else have I done? What other rooms have I entered? What other people have I watched while they slept, unaware and vulnerable? I still have the voice recorder. Every morning I check it, hoping for silence, dreading what I might find. Because the worst part isn't that someone was watching me. It's that I might be the one doing the watching, and I have no memory of it at all. Story 10, the Polaroid lay forgotten for decades, capturing a moment lost in time. Faces frozen in smiles, candles flickering innocently, a scene of normalcy. Yet when the daughter stumbled upon the box of old memories, she noticed it. A shape lingering in the background of each snapshot, just at the edge of visibility. A man shrouded in darkness, a silent observer standing outside the warmth of the candlelight. He didn't belong to the family pictured. No one could recall his presence. And yet, with each passing photo, he drew closer. Sarah Winters uncovered the collection while sorting through her mother's attic following the somber farewell of a funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories held a trove of aged photographs capturing moments of joy from her childhood days. What should have been a comforting find, a glimpse into happier times, quickly transformed into the prologue of a chilling tale. In the initial photo, he was a mere silhouette, barely noticeable on the fringes of her 7th birthday celebration. The mysterious figure lingered by the glass door, a faceless specter watching from the shadows. In the subsequent snapshot, he had ventured inside. By the 3rd photo, he loomed behind her uncle, a ghostly presence unseen by the revelers. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers. "Dad, who is this man haunting our family photos?" A moment of silence, then a sharp inhale. "What man? Only family should be there," came the bewildered response. Digital copies of the Polaroids were swiftly dispatched to her father, prompting an urgent call back. His voice quivered. "We would have noticed a stranger in those pictures." Detective Marcus Reed attentively examined the peculiar progression of images spread across his desk, rain tapping against the windows like a soothing melody. Shadows danced in the dim light, casting an eerie ambience. His experienced gaze traced the figure's journey through the snapshots, a calculated movement towards the unsuspecting children. In the final photo, the enigmatic man hovered just behind young Sarah, his hand reaching out, a phantom on the edge of reality. "The photographer," Reed ventured, his skepticism evident. "My mother took these photos, setting the timer and joining the frame," Sarah affirmed. "Copies were made, a case file opened, and an investigation commenced. Interviews with surviving guests yielded no recognition of the mysterious figure. No hired help, no wandering strangers. The remote location of the gathering provided little in the way of leads. Facial recognition software faltered, the figure intentionally obscured in each photo. Yet a sense of purpose emanated from his movements, a sinister intent lurking in the shadows. The breakthrough came with technological enhancements revealing telltale clues: a scar, a ring, a reflection. Dental records unmasked the man in the shadows as Robert Keller, a vanished maintenance worker linked to cold cases of child abductions spanning decades. Keller's involvement in the disappearances tied back to the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had unfolded, a sinister connection to other families' tragedies. Items unearthed beneath Keller's former home confirmed the horror's personal belongings of missing children, including Sarah's own childhood bracelet. The pieces fell into place, unveiling a dark legacy of hidden terrors. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos, Sarah received a call from the detective with grim news of identified remains. DNA confirmed closure for one grieving family. As she gazed at the final birthday picture, the warmth of the candlelight contrasted the chilling presence lingering behind her younger self. The figure, once unseen, now exposed in the harsh light of truth. A silent witness to years of unspeakable crimes. The hidden shadow in the family photos had finally faced justice, his malevolent presence acknowledged after years of anonymity. Sarah carefully returned the photos to their box, now transformed into crucial evidence. A reminder that sometimes the most perilous threats are those camouflaged in plain sight, moving through joyous occasions unnoticed, leaving behind only a faint imprint on the fabric of time. Story 11. Renovations always have a way of unearthing the unexpected. Among the dust and debris lie remnants of the past, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. Yet for Sarah and Michael, a simple renovation of their newly acquired Victorian-era home led to a chilling discovery that defied explanation. Beneath the aged floorboards hidden from sight lay a folded letter, its paper yellowed with time, its ink faded but its message clear. Don't trust the one who knocked. As those words sent shivers down their spines, a series of 3 sharp raps reverberated through the empty house, as if in eerie response to the ominous warning. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the mysterious, was called to the scene. With her partner by her side, she carefully retrieved the brittle note, mindful of preserving any potential clues it held. The couple's account of the unexplained knocking sounded genuine, their fear palpable. Sarah and Michael, innocent in the eyes of background checks, found themselves tangled in a web of secrets woven by the house's previous inhabitants. The Hargrove family, longtime owners of the estate, had left behind a legacy tinged with whispers of the unknown. Margaret Hargrove, the last resident, had passed away peacefully, or so it seemed. Delving deeper into the history of the house, Reed uncovered a tale of hidden debts and a looming shadow from the past. Franklin Hargrove, once a respected teacher turned recluse, had harbored a dark secret, gambling debts owed to a notorious figure known as the Collector, Victor Mercer. As Reed pieced together fragments of the past, a haunting narrative emerged. Franklin's descent into paranoia, Margaret's silent fears, and the fateful night when violence sealed their fates, all hidden beneath the floorboards until now. Forensic analysis in Margaret's diaries painted a grim picture of betrayal and desperation. The Collector's remains, long forgotten, were finally given closure, his identity confirmed after decades of silence. Justice, though delayed, found its way to the shadows of the past. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark legacy, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned, a silent witness to a story untold. The echoes of the past lingered in the empty halls, whispers of a warning unheeded. Don't trust the one who knocked. And so the house stood in solemn silence, its mysteries buried within its walls, a testament to the secrets that lie dormant in the shadows of the past. As the night descended, some say they can still hear the faint sound of 3 distinct knocks, a ghostly reminder of a tale that refuses to be forgotten. Story 12. It was a mysterious occurrence, a pocket dial filled with nothing but static and faint, muffled sounds. The operator initially dismissed it as a simple mistake until a voice broke through the interference. A woman's voice, barely audible, spoke urgently, "He's here." And then silence descended once more. The number traced back to an empty house, a place left abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances to be found. Yet in the neglected kitchen, amidst the layers of dust, sat a phone on the counter, its screen softly glowing. The call had been placed mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed listened to the playback repeatedly, each time feeling the chill of the whispered words, desperate, terrified, and inexplicable. The property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had vacated it after a destructive house fire ravaged the West Wing. No one had resided there since then. The caretaker made monthly visits and swore that no one had trespassed in years. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter. She passed away 3 years ago in a tragic car accident. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag holding the phone, a perplexing puzzle before them. A departed woman's phone making calls from a deserted dwelling. The dust on the counter appeared disturbed only beneath where the phone sat, almost as if it had materialized there. The forensic team's search yielded no significant findings. No identifiable fingerprints on the device, only faint smudges that defied classification. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, the windows sealed shut. The recording of the eerie call became the focal point of their inquiry, those 11 seconds of static, breaths, and 5 urgent words. Voice analysis confirmed a match to Catherine Sullivan's voice from old recordings, with a staggering 98% certainty. The timestamp revealed that the call had occurred precisely at the time of Catherine's passing 3 years earlier, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into the lives of all who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing alone in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Catherine's former boyfriend at the time of her demise, Mark Jennings, provided an alibi for the night of the call. He was on a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by multiple witnesses and security footage. Moreover, the house had stood empty. The call defied all logic, yet it had undeniably occurred. The investigation hit a standstill until a call came in from Catherine's mother. "I found something among her belongings," she disclosed, her voice quivering. Katie kept a journal, the final entry. You must see it. Within the journal were meticulous entries chronicling Catherine's relationship with Mark. The entries began with love, then spiraled into accounts of control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The last entry read, "He discovered I'm leaving. He's enraged. If anything happens to me, it was no accident." Confronted once more, Mark's composed facade shattered under the weight of questions about the journal. "You believe I harmed Katie because of what she wrote. That's not proof," he asserted. "The accident report stated you were the first responder," Morgan pointed out, "before the emergency services arrived. I was concerned when she didn't show up. I went to look for her. Her vehicle veered off a secluded road. How did you know where to search?" His complexion drained of color. "I told you I was anxious." Investigators revisited the accident site. Though the car had been removed years prior, Morgan ordered a ground-penetrating radar scan of the area. 20 feet from the crash site, they uncovered Catherine's actual phone, the same device they had found at her parents' residence. Examination of the buried phone unveiled deleted texts between Catherine and her sister on the night of her demise. "Mark discovered I'm leaving him. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined the autopsy photographs of Catherine. The injuries did not align solely with the crash. Defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns indicative of strangulation. When authorities went to arrest Mark, he had vanished. Within his apartment, a shrine to Catherine was discovered: photographs, items pilfered from her family, and newspaper clippings regarding her death. Amidst his possessions, they found audio editing software and scripts detailing how he had manufactured the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from past recordings. The call had been his sinister way of revisiting his crime, a twisted game to confound investigators and torment Catherine's still grieving loved ones. The inquiry expanded to other cases where Mark had been involved as an emergency responder. 2 additional suspicious deaths of young women came to light, both classified as accidents. Both had been romantically linked to Mark. After 6 days of searching, officers located Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan residence. Inside, he sat in the kitchen, fixated on a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. She wouldn't be silenced, he confessed to Morgan during questioning. Even after I silenced her, she persisted, accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to believe she was still out there somewhere. A ghost can't bear witness against me. The jury swiftly reached a verdict, finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder after less than 3 hours of deliberation. As the verdict was delivered, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her heart. Justice had finally been served, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears inked on paper, her last desperate pleas for safety. The phone from the deserted house now resides in the evidence vault. Occasionally, officers claim to hear it ring, though the battery was removed long ago. Catherine's tale endures, not as a spectral legend, but as a testament that victims discover ways to speak out, even when their voices are forcibly muted. Story 13. The ancient box lay hidden under layers of forgotten relics in the attic, a time-worn testament to the house's past inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids within, capturing mundane moments of joy and celebration, one image stood out to Rebecca, a photograph that sent a shiver down her spine. In this eerie snapshot, a family sat in her living room, their smiles frozen in time, while a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows behind them, unnoticed and unsettling. As Rebecca descended the creaking stairs with the photo clutched in her hand, the weight of the house felt oppressive, suffocating her newfound solitude. Placing the photograph under the harsh glare of the kitchen light, Rebecca's unease grew as she recognized the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image. Seeking answers, she called upon Detective Morgan, a weathered investigator with eyes that missed nothing, to unravel the mystery that had woven its tendrils into her life. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged. Families had come and gone from the house, vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The enigmatic figure in the photograph, identified as Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect of the house, seemed to hold the key to the unsettling disappearances. Despite reports of his demise in a construction accident, the evidence pointed to a darker truth lurking beneath the house's foundation. Beneath the basement floor, a chilling discovery awaited: the preserved remains of all the missing families, each one a tragic piece of a sinister puzzle. Among their belongings, a camera linked to the haunting Polaroids found throughout the house, capturing unsuspecting families while Whitfield watched from the shadows. As Rebecca was relocated for her safety, a mysterious call in the dead of night signaled that the malevolent presence of Samuel Whitfield still loomed, orchestrating a malevolent plan from the shadows. The chilling truth of the house's dark history remained shrouded in uncertainty, with the whereabouts of Whitfield and the extent of his sinister legacy remaining elusive. The vacant house stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets buried deep within its walls, waiting to ensnare any who dared to uncover the truth. While some believe Whitfield to be long gone, others fear his malevolent gaze continues to linger, capturing new families in a web of deceit and terror. The pursuit of the man in the photograph continues, a haunting reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken a darkness that can never be quelled. Story 14, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned in protest, pipes rattling like ghosts stirring in the shadows. It was a familiar symphony of the old building, or so she thought, until that moment. A voice, barely audible yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents like a haunting melody. It wasn't the usual chatter of neighbors or the hum of machinery. It was a soft whisper calling her name with an eerie familiarity. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, her heartbeat quickening with each passing second. A chill brushed against her cheek, followed by a hushed, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." In the heart of the empty apartment, Detective Morgan Shaw stood in silence, her eyes fixed on the rusted vent cover pried open from the wall. With precision, the forensics team meticulously combed through the scene, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the pungent scent alerted the building manager to her absence. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and reason. She reported voices coming from the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, but the building management dismissed it as normal building noises. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratch marks surrounding it. These marks were not made by tools. They bore the frantic, desperate traces of fingernails clawing from within. The chilling realization set in someone had been trapped inside, fighting to escape. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher known for her nurturing spirit and thriving houseplants, had shown signs of distress before her disappearance. Her students had crafted cards in her absence, her sister filing a missing person report when fears of someone watching and speaking through the vents consumed her. Shaw surveyed the apartment anew, noting the eerie stillness, the neatly made bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. As the investigation unfolded, disturbing revelations came to light. Fibers from Alina's clothing were found in the vent, a foreign fingerprint discovered on the inside of the vent cover, and haunting audio recordings from her phone revealed a dialogue with an unseen presence, sending shivers down Shaw's spine as she listened in solitude to the whispered exchanges. Delving deeper into the building's history, a pattern emerged. Previous tenants had fled, plagued by noises in the walls and hallucinations of voices beckoning from the vents. Suspicion fell on Harold Weber, the unassuming building superintendent with access to every unit. During questioning, his demeanor shifted subtly, evading questions about apartment 4B's former occupants, hinting at hidden truths. The investigation took a chilling turn when a concealed access panel was discovered in Alina's bathroom, leading to a hidden passage within the walls. Inside, a trove of belongings hinted at a sinister presence. Someone had been living within the confines of the building, observing, listening, and whispering in the shadows. A search of Weber's residence uncovered a meticulously kept exterior, contrasting with the disturbing contents of his computer. Detailed recordings and invasive photos documented his obsession with Alina and past tenants, portraying a twisted narrative of possession and control. His storage unit revealed a macabre collection of mementos, solidifying his sinister intentions. Weber's arrest marked the end of his reign of terror, but but his cryptic words lingered, a reminder of the darkness that had shrouded the building for years. The trial exposed his calculated actions, culminating in a unanimous guilty verdict. As Weber was escorted away, a chilling smile played on his lips, his ominous parting words echoing in Shaw's mind. The once haunted apartment building now stands silent, a testament to the lingering echoes of the past. Despite efforts to erase the horrors, residents speak of whispers in the walls, unseen figures in the shadows, and inexplicable drafts carrying voices of the forgotten. The building's ancient bones creak, its pipes murmur, a facade of normalcy masking the lingering mystery that refuses to fade, leaving only questions in its wake. Story 15. The weathered envelope sat in the detective's hands, its once white edges now tinged with age, yet the stamp was pristine, a fresh mark of its recent journey through the mail system. With careful precision, Detective Sarah Morgan peeled it open, revealing a single sheet of paper within, the words typed in a hurried, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, a metallic tang lingering in the air as if a ghostly reminder of what had transpired. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, distinct from the ink of the typed message. Gingerly she placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced expertise. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a chilling echo of a past crime that had haunted the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had been brutally murdered in her own home, her body bearing the marks of a violent struggle. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered, a puzzle that had remained unsolved despite relentless efforts. Now this mysterious letter had surfaced, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a careful sender, one who had taken precautions, but the postmark provided a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the darkness that shrouded the case. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the letter to the board, a stark contrast to the array of dead-end lights and faded suspects that surrounded it. "This changes everything," she declared, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the room. "Our killer has broken their silence." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, studied the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps this is just another move in their twisted game," he offered, a note of caution in his tone. The blood could be a macabre touch, a calculated taunt. As the investigation unfolded, tracing the unique typewriter impression to a bygone model, the team delved deeper into Rebecca's life. Her pursuit of truth, her relentless quest for justice, all laid bare in the remnants of her unfinished stories. A tangled web of deceit and betrayal began to unravel as they uncovered her latest assignment, an investigation into a family torn apart by greed and power. Interviewing those closest to Rebecca, suspicions mounted. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a grieving figure, now bore the weight of guilt in his every glance. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, a tremor in his voice. "I should have protected her." As the shadows of the past crept closer, a second letter arrived, echoing the first in its ominous tone. More revelations spilled forth, secrets long buried clawing their way to the surface. The trail led to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood guard over a trove of antiquities, each one a piece of the puzzle. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers, a silent witness linking the crime to a daughter's betrayal. Alina's confession unveiled a sinister plot, a collusion between siblings that had ended in tragedy. The truth, like a hidden dagger, pierced through the veil of lies. In a courtroom heavy with silence, the final act played out. Michael's confession, Eleanor's damning evidence, Richard's hollow denials, all laid bare in the harsh light of justice. The jury's verdict echoed through the chamber, sealing the fate of a man who had believed himself untouchable. As Richard was led away, his facade crumbling, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent offering of solace in the face of irreparable loss. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a shattered past, bore silent witness to the power of truth, the weight of guilt, and the unyielding pursuit of justice that had unraveled a carefully constructed facade of innocence. In the stillness of the evidence room, where shadows danced in the half-light, a typewriter stood as a silent sentinel, a symbol of the past laid bare. And in the quiet of the night, as the city slept and dreams wove their fragile tapestries, the legacy of Rebecca Warren whispered through the halls of justice, a reminder that even the darkest secrets can be brought to light, and that the echoes of the past can never truly be silenced. Story 16, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, stirring up the dust that danced in the musty air. The abandoned house had stood silent for years, its faded walls shedding layers of paint, its furniture blanketed in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like tiptoeing through a snapshot frozen in time, except for one peculiar detail that set her on edge. The doors, no matter which one she opened, each led her back to the same parlor, a maddening loop, a labyrinth of familiarity. The only way forward seemed to be retracing her steps, but when she turned to find the front door, it had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form had shifted the narrative of the once-forgotten Victorian from mere curiosity to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind lingered at the entryway, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dim interior, their movements as ethereal as phantoms. Locals whispered tales of the house, a place where compasses spun wildly, where shadows whispered secrets. Now it held secrets far more sinister than superstitions and folklore. Preliminary findings suggest she passed 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause of death. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, her hands clasped neatly in her lap as if awaiting a long-lost guest. No signs of struggle marred the scene, no traces of a fight for survival. It was an eerie tranquility that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" inquired Lind, her gaze scanning the notes before her. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. "They entered, saw her presence, mistook her for an intruder until they drew closer. The house had remained vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade ago. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, a relic of the past, shunned by society, except for the occasional trespasser seeking cheap thrills. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a reputation for meticulous research and an insatiable curiosity for spaces that defied conventional norms. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, had undoubtedly beckoned to her investigative spirit. Her roommate reported her absence 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan had mentioned exploring the house where wanderers vanish in the name of research. As the investigation unfolded, it unraveled a trail of Morgan's visits to the house leading up to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors that seemingly morphed into portals to unknown realms with each opening. Her final entry hinted at plans to document what she cryptically referred to as spatial anomalies, yet her specialized gear was nowhere to be found. The autopsy uncovered an unexpected twist, a minute presence of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, sourced from a plant linked to ancient shamanic rites. Though capable of inducing disorientation and vivid visions, the amount detected was insufficient to prove fatal. Morgan wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, asserted her boyfriend during interrogation. She upheld strict research ethics. Deliberately distorting her perception would have been out of character. Digital sleuthing unearthed fragments of erased messages on Morgan's phone, a clandestine exchange with an individual sharing her fascination with the enigmatic house, someone who professed to grasp its enigmatic essence. Their dialogue strayed into the realm of intimacy and enigma. The house retains echoes of its past, one message hinted. It yearns for enlightenment. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated Morgan's intrigue. Their professional association had blossomed into a bond that transcended academic discourse. Reeves, when probed, appeared genuinely aggrieved by her untimely demise. "The house conceals more than mere illusions," he divulged. Its architect wove intricate puzzles of perception into its very fabric. Morgan sensed a deeper truth lurking within beyond mere optical enigmas. However, Reeves accounted for his whereabouts at the estimated time of Morgan's passing with concrete evidence and alibi corroborated by university event footage placing him miles away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he unraveled a long-concealed family enigma. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end within those walls," he disclosed. Others followed suit. All discovered in the parlor, all exuding an air of serenity. The family dubbed it the calling. He furnished investigators with ancestral journals spanning generations, chronicling fatalities initially attributed to natural causes. A pattern emerged: individuals ensnared within the house's confines eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically labeled the sway. A subsequent sweep of the premises unveiled a concealed compartment concealed behind the parlor hearth. Nestled within lay Morgan's missing apparatus and a trove of artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arrayed in a geometric tableau. At its heart rested a weathered figurine embodying a deity associated with thresholds between realms, a deity of liminal spaces. Traces of the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system clung to the artifacts, hinting at a mystical connection. The plot thickened as forensic scrutiny of dust patterns within the house hinted at a clandestine presence during Morgan's final hours. Partial fingerprints incongruent with Morgan's or any known visitors were retrieved from doorknobs scattered throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his residence. Mirroring Morgan's tranquil repose, he bore traces of the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand lay a key unyielding to any lock in his abode, yet fitting seamlessly into the concealed enclave within the Victorian. In his parting missive, addressed to himself as a cryptic testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't imprison the body, it ensnares the mind." Morgan grasped the veracity. The doors lead to where they always have, but a veiled force convinces you of endless circles. Once the truth dawns, liberation beckons. Yet by then, departure holds no allure. The case lingered as an unsolved enigma, catalogued as suspicious demises under scrutiny. The Victorian now stood condemned, its access cordoned off by authorities. Nevertheless, whispers persisted of spectral illuminations glimpsed within its confines on certain moonlit nights, of wanderers who ventured in but never emerged. Some locals upheld the belief that the house laid claim to those who plumbed its depths too fervently. Others speculated that Morgan and Reeves had unearthed a force ancient and potent, dwelling betwixt the seams of conventional actuality. The truth remained as elusive as an exit in a house where every doorway circled back to the commencement, a conundrum shrouded in mystery and allure. Story 17, The Enigmatic Mimic. She cleared the steam from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal, her face, her attire. Yet a subtle unease crept in. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not her own. When she turned away, her reflection remained fixed, observing. This peculiar incident marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's bewildering journey. What unfolded would puzzle investigators and linger in the community's memory for years. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a serene suburban area. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she lived a solitary life but maintained a pleasant rapport with her neighbors. As a data analyst at a mid-sized firm, she thrived on routine and precision. Never did anyone suspect she would become the focal point of a perplexing criminal enigma. The initial signs were subtle. Items in Rebecca's home were subtly rearranged, no theft, just a peculiar reorganization. A coffee mug shifted to a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush misplaced. She attributed these odd occurrences to fatigue from long work hours, staring at screens until everything blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received Rebecca's first report after weeks of disturbances. Initially deemed non-criminal, more suited for mental health services, Shaw noted the complaint but deemed it low priority. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later testified. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman unsettled in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived in the bathroom. During Rebecca's subsequent police contact, she recounted in vivid detail how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt an eerie gaze even in solitude. This time, she provided proof: a self-installed security camera aimed at her front door. The footage unearthed a chilling revelation that unsettled even seasoned officers. It showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, then, 20 minutes later, a doppelganger of Rebecca entered using a key. Forensic scrutiny confirmed the authenticity of the footage. The mysterious figure moved, dressed, and carried belongings identical to Rebecca's. However, Rebecca was already at her workplace across town according to time-stamped security footage. "We're dealing with a doppelganger," Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation deepened. Fingerprints matched only Rebecca's, no foreign DNA found. Neighbors reported mundane sightings of Rebecca coming and going as usual. Mrs. Keller mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca did not respond when greeted, unusual but not alarming. Rebecca began documenting the disturbances. Small changes escalated: food vanished from her refrigerator, unknown searches on her computer, unsettling selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of taking. Some photos portrayed her with subtly off expressions and unsettling mimicry. During their third meeting, Rebecca expressed her fears to Detective Shaw. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided, "or someone is trying to make me believe so." The breakthrough emerged when a pattern surfaced in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predictable activities scheduled in advance. A forensic psychologist posited a fixation theory: an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, potentially replacing her entirely. Such cases, though rare, had precedence in psychological studies. The perpetrator likely experienced a psychological rupture fixating on a desired aspect of the victim. Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely worked with Rebecca, often highlighting their similarities. Post-dismissal, she sent unsettling emails to Rebecca, hinting at an eerie connection between them. A search warrant uncovered a chilling replica of Rebecca's life in Lily's apartment. A room transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with covertly captured images of Rebecca's daily routines. A closet filled with replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup brands identical to Rebecca's lined up alongside meticulous notes on her mannerisms and daily habits. Practice videos showcased Lily mimicking Rebecca's every move, gradually perfecting the imitation. "She aimed to become me," Rebecca murmured, beholding the evidence, "not just copying, but erasing me." Sophisticated equipment for key duplication and electronic access cards was found, along with detailed calendars tracking Rebecca's whereabouts. Lily's journals oscillated between first and third person, blurring the line between herself and Rebecca. The final entry ominously hinted at a singular victor in the looming identity struggle. Upon law enforcement's attempt to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her hasty departure from the apartment hinted at a planned escape. Authorities placed Rebecca in protective custody, relocating her to a secure, undisclosed location under constant surveillance. For weeks, every place linked to Rebecca underwent vigilant monitoring. Lily remained elusive. The case took a chilling turn when a security guard reported Rebecca's unauthorized entry into her former workplace. Security footage confirmed a perfect doppelganger accessing the building with Rebecca's ID, rifling through her files before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained in seclusion. The truth emerged: Lily had seamlessly assumed Rebecca's identity. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, while the authentic Rebecca forged a new existence in secrecy. Lily Winters eluded capture, leaving the case unresolved. Detective Shaw kept a photo of the two eerily similar women on her desk, a haunting reminder of the blurred boundaries between them. The true horror, Shaw often shared with new recruits, is not someone resembling you, but someone yearning to become you so intensely that they obliterate themselves in the process. Our identity is our most prized possession, often realized only when threatened by theft. Story 18. In the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains, the wooden plank shifted beneath her weight. A subtle movement, almost imperceptible, but enough to send a shiver down her spine. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the outline of the loose board, sensing the secrets it held beneath. The floor whispered of hidden truths, beckoning her to uncover its mysteries. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark passage that yawned beneath the foundation of her new home. Sarah Coleman stood at the precipice of the unknown, Detective Morgan Reed by her side, a silent sentinel in the shadows. The darkness below held more than just forgotten relics, it held a chilling tale of obsession and longing. As the flashlight pierced the gloom, it unveiled a clandestine chamber adorned with images of Sarah's every move, captured in eerie detail. A sinister dedication to a woman unaware of the eyes that had watched her every step. The cottage, a quaint facade masking a sinister past, had been a haven for the reclusive Walter Green, a man consumed by a fixation that transcended time and reason. His silent vigil, meticulously documented in the hidden chamber, painted a portrait of obsession that spanned years, weaving a tapestry of delusion and desire. The investigators delved deeper, unearthing a trail of breadcrumbs left by a man lost to the shadows of his own mind. Walter's fixation on Sarah, a reflection of a past he could not escape, led to a chilling discovery: an exact replica of Sarah's former life, meticulously recreated in a storage unit, a shrine to a love that existed only in his fractured reality. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the chilling truth emerged: a man haunted by a past that refused to release its grip, a man driven by a belief in a connection that existed only in his own fractured mind. The echoes of his obsession reverberated through the empty rooms, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary. Sarah made the difficult choice to leave behind the house tainted by Walter's ghostly presence, seeking solace in a new beginning far from the shadows of her past. The whispers of the hidden room faded into memory, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk unseen, of the thin veil between safety and peril. As the cottage passed into new hands, its secrets buried beneath fresh layers of paint and polished floorboards, life carried on, a fragile dance of light and shadow. But for those who knew the truth, the memory of the hidden chamber lingered, a haunting reminder of the fragility of safety, the darkness that dwells in the hearts of men, and the resilience of those who walk the line between oblivion and awakening. Story 19. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package appeared on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box whispering secrets in the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. The name was wrong, but the address was right. Curiosity beckoned, urging her to unravel the enigma. With delicate fingers, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane treasures within. Instead, nestled inside was a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note with a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling its weight press against her palms. It felt heavier than mere plastic, as if carrying the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, exploring the imperfections etched into the casing. The note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke filled with a sense of impending revelation. As the suburban world hummed around her, dogs barking, children laughing, lawnmowers buzzing, Sarah brought the package into her home, resting it on her kitchen counter. Doubt crept into her mind as she studied the name on the box: Daniel Whitaker. A stranger to her, a name never associated with her home. The conflict between curiosity and unease tugged at her thoughts. Against her instincts, Sarah slid the tape into her old VCR, inviting the whispers of the unknown into her living room. Static danced on the screen before sharpening into focus a dimly lit room, a man seated in shadow. His voice, calm yet burdened, introduced himself as Daniel Whitaker. His words unveiled a tale of innocence, betrayal, and a deadly conspiracy. The man on the screen professed his innocence in a murder most foul, weaving a narrative of planted evidence and manufactured guilt. The camera revealed a life on the run, a man framed for a crime he did not commit. The truth, obscured by shadows and lies, beckoned to Sarah through the flickering images. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit as she uncovered a series of identical tapes, each bearing Whitaker's desperate plea for vindication. The murder of Catherine Walsh, a whistleblower against a powerful pharmaceutical corporation, took on new dimensions of darkness and corruption. Evidence twisted, witnesses faltered, and the line between truth and fabrication blurred. Sarah received a second package, a trove of incriminating documents that unraveled the sinister plot against Whitaker. As Ramirez delved deeper, connecting the dots left by the enigmatic tapes, a conspiracy emerged from the shadows. Pharmacorp, a titan of industry, stood at the center of a web of deceit, willing to sacrifice innocence for profit. Through perseverance and a stroke of luck, Sarah and Ramirez uncovered the truth hidden in plain sight, a storage unit holding the key to redemption. In a quiet moment of reckoning, justice prevailed, dismantling the facade of lies meticulously constructed by the powerful. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a man transformed by the crucible of false accusation and redemption. Sarah, the unwitting harbinger of truth, found solace in the unexpected role she played in uncovering the conspiracy. The VHS tapes, once vessels of mystery and deceit, now stood as symbols of resilience and truth. They whispered a reminder that sometimes justice arrives in unexpected packages, waiting for the curious and the brave to unveil its secrets. Story 20. The new occupants brushed off the peeling wallpaper as a simple inconvenience, a minor blemish in their charming Victorian-era home. But as they carefully removed each layer, a hidden narrative began to unravel beneath their fingertips. Inked on the walls repeatedly was a name Alina Winters etched in a frantic, uneven scrawl that seemed to pulse with a mysterious energy. This name, unfamiliar and haunting, filled every available space, weaving a tale of its own. Michael and Sarah Klein had never anticipated diving into renovations so soon after moving in. The allure of the historic house, with its elaborate woodwork and soaring ceilings, had captured their hearts. The previous owner, a graceful woman with silver-streaked dark hair named Margaret Cavendish, had swiftly handed over the keys, mentioning her urgent need to relocate across the country. The journey into the enigma hidden within their walls began innocuously with a water stain in the master bedroom. A faded yellow blotch on the floral wallpaper caught Sarah's eye, leading to the gradual unveiling of the layers beneath. What started as a simple curiosity soon transformed into a bewildering discovery. Peeling back the damaged wallpaper layers revealed a timeline of design trends, each representing a bygone era. But it was the emergence of handwritten words on the third layer that sent shivers down their spines. The name Alina Winters was a constant refrain, written with increasing desperation as if pleading to be heard. Alina Winters, Sarah murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as she traced the haunting letters with trembling fingers. The name echoed in the silence, stirring a sense of unease that lingered long after the sun had set. That evening, bathed in the soft glow of the kitchen lights, Michael delved into online searches, hoping to unravel the mystery surrounding the elusive Alina Winters. The results were sparse until a single link led them to a decades-old missing persons case. The photograph of Alina Winters bore a striking resemblance to Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic woman who had passed on the keys to their newfound abode. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place, propelling the couple into an investigation that blurred the lines between past and present. Their evenings were consumed by relentless digging into property records, tracing Margaret's footsteps backward through time in pursuit of the truth. The cold case of Alina Winters, a young woman who vanished without a trace, took center stage in their lives. The retired detective, with a voice weathered by time and memories, recounted the details of the case with a mix of resignation and lingering hope. As the investigation gained momentum, their home transformed into a nexus of secrets and revelations. Forensic teams meticulously cataloged the inked confessions on the walls, unearthing a story that transcended generations. Hidden beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards lay a trove of identities, each bearing the same haunting visage of Alina Winters, each a piece of a complex puzzle waiting to be solved. The discovery of a hidden space beneath the floorboards unearthed a chilling truth. Margaret Cavendish was but one persona in a web of deceit spun by a troubled mind. The walls bore witness to a tragedy that spanned decades as the truth slowly unraveled like a thread pulled taut. The revelation of DNA evidence linking Alina Winters to the house sent shockwaves through their small community, casting a shadow of doubt over the once idyllic home. The fingerprints on the walls told a different story, a narrative woven by a fractured psyche seeking solace in a labyrinth of identities. As the excavation of their backyard unearthed long-buried secrets, the past intertwined with the present in a dance of shadows and light. Alina Winters, whose memory had lingered in the walls, found closure in the arms of justice that reached across time and space. For Michael and Sarah, the house they had hoped would be a sanctuary became a stage for a real-life mystery, a tale whispered in hushed tones by those who passed by. The walls, once silent witnesses, now spoke of a tragedy etched in ink and blood, a story of loss and redemption that echoed through the corridors of time. And as the night descended, casting a cloak of darkness over their home, the whispers of the past mingled with the promise of a new dawn, a slumber beckoning with the gentle embrace of forgotten dreams. Story 21. The quaint costume shop was in its final days, fading into the past as it sold off its remnants of whimsy and disguise. Among the shadows of forgotten treasures, a woman's hand reached out to touch a mask resting on a shelf, its features delicate yet eerily lifelike. The cashier hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as she placed it before him on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered, a hint of unease in his voice. Perplexed, she turned the mask over, searching for a tag that was nowhere to be found. With a casual shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the silent watch it would soon keep. In the quiet of her bedroom that night, a soft rustle stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting, a presence unseen. The mask had vanished from its place on the dresser, now perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in the dim moonlight. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, would be discovered by a concerned neighbor the following morning. The neighbor, returning a borrowed book, found the front door ajar, casting a sliver of daylight into the somber home. Stepping inside, a scene unfolded that would puzzle investigators for years to come. Catherine lay still upon the bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived as the forensics team documented the chilling tableau. Amidst the rhythmic clicks of the camera shutters, a hushed tension hung in the air. "No signs of forced entry," murmured an officer, jotting down notes in his pad. The detective's gaze swept the room, absorbing details others might overlook. A drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary, save for the life extinguished in silence. The medical examiner, his expression solemn, bent over the body. "Initial examination reveals no clear cause of death, no visible wounds, no evidence of struggle," he remarked, gesturing to Catherine's frozen visage. Yet see the terror etched into her features. Catherine, a woman of quiet existence in the world of art appraisal, was known for her keen eye for authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her meticulous nature, her ability to discern the genuine from the counterfeit with uncanny precision. Her boss recalled her talent for spotting discrepancies that eluded others. The detective pondered whether Catherine's discerning eye had led her down a path to darkness. Surveillance footage from the costume shop shed a peculiar light on the mystery. The cashier's confusion over the mask, the owner's denial of its origin, all pieces of a puzzle veiled in shadows. Upon visiting the shop, now barren of its former wares, the owner shared a disquieting revelation. "That mask surfaced during our clearance sale. Its origins remain a mystery, not part of our inventory," he admitted hesitantly. Further prodding unveiled whispers of strange occurrences linked to items acquired from an estate sale shrouded in enigma. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers, foreign to modern materials, were discovered on Catherine's fingertips. She grasped at something, the lab technician explained, perplexity in their tone. These fibers, human hair interwoven with an unidentified organic substance, elude identification in any known database. The investigation unfurled a tapestry of inexplicable deaths spanning generations. Each victim had encountered a peculiar mask prior to their demise, each meeting their end with an expression of unadulterated horror. Each case a riddle without resolution. In a clandestine meeting, a retired detective disclosed a hidden truth. Inside each mask, concealed behind its lining, ancient symbols whispered of a ritual entwining souls in a web of darkness. A journal clandestinely found within Catherine's abode unveiled her descent into the abyss of fear. Her final entry, frenzied in its penmanship, detailed her realization of the mask's insidious sentience. The mask moves, she had scrawled, a crescendo of dread in her words. It watches, it waits, the markings within symbols of past victims, a legacy of fear. The collector, now deceased, succumbed as I have. The mask seeks a new vessel, a new soul to claim. The detective pieced together the puzzle. The enigmatic fibers, Catherine's revelations, the haunting echoes of past tragedies. The medical examiner's conclusion marked a harrowing revelation, a death induced by sheer terror, a heart stilled by unspeakable dread. The investigation spiraled into further darkness as surveillance footage unveiled a figure departing Catherine's home, adorned with a mask akin to her own, moving with her essence yet devoid of life, a puppeteer's macabre dance. An alert was issued for the elusive mask, a harbinger of doom lost to the shadows. Months later, whispers surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop, slipping through the fingers of investigators like sand through an hourglass. Its new bearer remained nameless, a phantom in the night. The case, a labyrinth of unanswered questions, remains etched in the detective's memory. Catherine's journal rests within a drawer, a spectral reminder of truths too arcane for official records. In the stillness of night, she awakens to a shiver down her spine, a sensation of unseen eyes upon her. She secures her sanctuary, warding off the specter of the mask that lingers in the shadows, biding its time to seek a new host. An ancient malevolence, a cyclical dance of death and rebirth, echoes through the ages. The mask waits, patient and hungry, for the next unwitting soul to cross its path, to succumb to the abyss that lurks within its empty gaze. Story 22. She always avoided going up to the attic, finding it unsettling, but when a storm led to a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture into the forgotten space. The attic was cloaked in shadows, filled with remnants of the past, draped in layers of dust and cobwebs that whispered of neglect. In the dim light, she noticed an old dollhouse tucked away in the farthest corner. Its eerie detail drew her in, the tiny furniture arranged with meticulous care, as if frozen in time. But as she peered through the miniature windows, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures inside were not mere dolls, they were intricately hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny figure was positioned exactly as she remembered them downstairs, except for one glaring detail. The figure meant to represent her was no longer sitting, but standing near the attic door, as if waiting for her. Rebecca Morgan hesitantly reached out and traced a finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. A chill crept through her, unrelated to the draft that whispered through the aging rafters. The dollhouse's presence was inexplicable. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a rental property her family had only recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to contact the authorities in a panicked flurry. Police officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family gripped by fear, gathered in the living room, unwilling to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as an elaborate prank or a product of their adjustment to a new environment. However, what struck Detective Harmon the most were the intricate details of the miniature figures inside the dollhouse. Each tiny replica captured a distinct trait of each family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. It was as though someone had been studying them intently. The investigation took a chilling turn when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family member. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the family's movements revealed a pattern that went beyond mere observation. The positions of the figures mirrored exact moments from different days, indicating a deep familiarity with their routines. We quickly realized this was no ordinary case of stalking, Detective Harmon recounted later. The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was beyond anything we had encountered before. Further exploration of the property unveiled a concealed entrance to a hidden basement, camouflaged behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there long before the Morgans arrived. The presence of food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been residing below the family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled the investigators, as records indicated the house had stood vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' tenancy. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information, except for one elderly woman who sporadically spotted lights in the vacant house. She assumed it was the real estate agents showcasing the property, unaware that someone had taken up unauthorized residence. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics, tracing the surveillance data to an external server located in a small apartment across town. The walls of the apartment were adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous inhabitants of the house. Detailed journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily activities of each family member, revealing an unnerving level of intrusion. The most disturbing find was a workshop filled with partially constructed dollhouses, each representing a different household in the neighborhood. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records indicated his escalating debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property, he had crafted a clandestine living space within it, covertly residing there while renting it out to unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his realm of control, elucidated the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each miniature figure symbolized someone he observed, a way for him to manipulate the property and its inhabitants. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his motives. They were living in my home, occupying my parents' space. I needed to ensure they respected it. When questioned about the positioned figures, he merely stated, "I wanted them to be aware of my constant surveillance." Psychological evaluations uncovered a twisted delusion of ownership. Unable to accept the loss of his childhood home, Wells had devised an elaborate scheme to assert dominance over it. The dollhouse became his conduit to exert authority over both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house, haunted by the realization that they had been under surveillance, their lives meticulously observed and manipulated. Rebecca, in her victim impact statement, revealed that the true horror lay not in the dollhouse's discovery, but in understanding their objectification. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The judge, during sentencing, emphasized the profound violation the Morgan family had endured, condemning Wells for breaching their sense of security and autonomy. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws regarding former residents and the responsibility of agents to ensure properties are vacated appropriately. What sends chills through criminologists is the thought of how long Wells might have remained undetected if not for Rebecca's unsettling discovery. His journals hinted at a long history of secret residence within homes, creating miniature replicas of families under his watchful eye. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, but Rebecca confessed to lingering feelings of unease, still haunted by the possibility of ongoing surveillance. She removed all miniature replicas and dollhouses from their new abode. "At times, I can't shake the sensation of being watched," she shared. "I wonder if somewhere out there, someone is still orchestrating a miniature version of my life in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover." Story 23. The dwelling had sat desolate for an age, shunned by residents who whispered tales of the vanished young woman. Yet when the fresh occupants arrived, they encountered a bedroom locked from within. Upon wrenching it open, they were met with musty air, burdened with dust, but an unsettling feeling lingered. The bed was neatly arranged, the looking glass immaculate. A solitary candle had dripped away to nothingness, its wax congealed like frozen tears. And there upon the desk lay a notebook, its pages adorned with fresh ink. The final entry, dated the night of her disappearance, captivated Detective Morgan as forensic experts combed the room for traces. The script belonged to Elise Winters, aged 26, reported missing by her kin almost half a decade prior. Her penmanship meandered gracefully across the pages until the last entry, where the ink had pressed deeper, etching impressions onto blank sheets. "I know he's watching me tonight," the closing words revealed. "The same vehicle has circled thrice. I've sought aid but am met with disbelief. If something transpires, know it was no random event." Closing the tome, the detective secured it within an evidence pouch. A scent of dust mingled with something more, a faint chemical essence lingered in the air. The landlord loomed in the doorway, countenance pallid, arms folded. "We inspected every nook ere listing it for lace," he murmured. That door was not sealed shut. Elise had toiled as a legal assistant at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious firm embroiled in high-stakes cases. Colleagues portrayed her as meticulous, devoted, yet increasingly withdrawn in the weeks antecedent to her vanishing act. She commenced staying late, her superior disclosed to investigators in a recorded session. Mentioned uncovering discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition documents, figures altered, papers backdated. The detective perused photographs of Elise auburn locks, earnest gaze behind spectacles, perpetually clad in professional attire. The woman captured in the images seemed too composed to merely evaporate, too methodical to depart without a trace. The chamber divulged scant clues, no signs of strife, no crimson stains, just a frozen moment as if Elise had momentarily stepped away, intending to return. The candle upon the desk bore darkened wax, devoid of scent. Beneath it, the wood surface bore the trace of heat. "What revelations have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the forensic lead. "Numerous sets of fingerprints, most weathered by time, yet what's intriguing is what's absent. The doorknob and window fasteners were scrubbed clean, inside and out. The team delved behind baseboards, scrutinized outlets, and probed for concealed recesses." Dislodging a loose floorboard near the closet, they unearthed a compact waterproof container housing a flash drive and a key. The key granted access to a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Within lay a second flash drive and an array of documents. The papers delineated financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to Harriman and Associates partners. Digital analysis unveiled the contents of both drives, audio recordings and spreadsheets cataloging manipulated data from Westridge's flagship drug trial, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice alongside that of Vincent Harriman, the senior partner. "These figures mustn't reach the public eye," Harriman intoned in one recording. The adverse effects manifested in nearly 40% of patients, not the reported 4%. "Should this leak, our firm crumbles and Westridge stocks plummet. Lives are at stake," Elise retorted. "Patients are enduring seizures precisely as the original data foretold. This dialogue is to be kept confidential," Harriman admonished. "Remember, what we converse stays within these walls for everyone's safety." Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, who verified Neurapax's discreet withdrawal post clustering patient fatalities, aligning with Elise's concealed data. Subpoenas unearthed Harriman's personal and corporate records, initially barren of ties to Elise's disappearance, until charges for a cleanup service at his holiday abode surfaced post her vanishing. A sweep of the property unveiled minuscule blood traces akin to Elise's genetic profile, despite meticulous sanitization. The evidence proved indirect yet damning. The enigma of the sealed room endured until Morgan scrutinized surveillance footage from adjacent premises. A figure akin to Harriman approached the abode during Elise's disappearance, amidst heavy rainfall. The footage depicted his ingress but not his egress through any visible portal. Returning to the chamber with a structural expert, a concealed passage was unveiled in the closet's rear, linking to maintenance tunnels beneath neighboring residences. The passage had been sealed with fresh drywall, painted to mirror the original wall. Vincent Harriman was apprehended during a board meeting. Confronted with the evidence, he professed innocence, alleging Elise planned to abscond with the documents. She was unhinged, paranoid, he asserted to investigators. Fabricated evidence to tarnish the firm post her denied promotion. The jury dissented. Footage from Elise's covert camera camouflaged within a bookend on her shelf revealed Harriman entering her chamber that fateful night. The recording ended abruptly as he approached her desk while she scribbled. Prosecutors posited that after Elise's demise, Harriman secured the door from within utilizing a simple contrivance of string and hook, fleeing through the covert passage. Years later, prior to the new lessee's arrival, he revisited to erase any vestiges implicating him. Inadvertently, his actions preserved the scene just as investigators necessitated. Harriman was convicted of premeditated homicide sans recovery of a body. The pharmaceutical barons implicated in the deceit faced distinct charges. Victims' kin who perished from Neurapax's repercussions instigated a collective lawsuit unveiling systemic corruption. At the sentencing, Elise's mother addressed the tribunal. "My daughter's chamber remained undisturbed, safeguarding the verity she sacrificed to unveil. She never vacated that room, not truly. Her quest for rectitude lingered locked within, awaiting discovery." The novel tenant's eschewed occupation. The domicile stands vacant once more, its mysteries unveiled yet not forgotten. Locals sidestep its precinct post-dusk. Some swear by glimpsing a glow in the upper casement, the chamber where a young woman waged her ultimate battle against potent men who presumed their misdeeds cloaked eternally. Justice sought Elise Winters, not in life, but in the legacy she bequeathed. The room she never truly departed from became both her sepulcher and her testament. Story 24: The Mystery of the Hidden Room. The aged library stood on the brink of destruction, its fate sealed by the hands of progress. The workers toiled tirelessly, their efforts drawing the final chapter closer with each passing day. And then, in a moment unforeseen, a revelation unfolded. A solitary worker, weary from the day's labor, stumbled upon a hidden latch nestled within the confines of a weathered bookshelf. With a gentle click, the veil of secrecy was lifted, unveiling a clandestine passage leading to a chamber long forgotten. As the bookshelf swung open, a rush of stale air, untouched by human hands for decades, wafted into the room. Inside, a stark emptiness greeted the eye. No ornate furnishings adorned the space, only a solitary chair anchored to the floor. Etched upon the walls in a frenzy of repetition, a haunting message echoed through the silence: "I am still here." The call went out, piercing the stillness of the library's impending demise. The construction foreman's voice crackled over the radio, summoning the authorities to the scene. What had begun as a routine demolition now unraveled into a tapestry of enigma and dread. Detective Morgan Walsh arrived, his seasoned gaze sweeping over the grim tableau before him. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing the chilling inscription that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice a solemn echo in the cramped confines. "Let no one disturb this place until forensics arrives." The history of the building whispered tales of intrigue and tragedy. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished without a trace during her final days of college, her absence lingered like a shadow over the family's legacy. Forensic experts delved into the hidden room, unearthing fragments of a harrowing past. Hair and fibers entwined within the chair, while the walls bore the faint remnants of blood and skin, a silent testimony to untold suffering. The chair, a relic of torment, bore witness to a struggle of immense proportions. Walsh delved deeper, his intuition guiding him through the murky waters of the past. The timing of the library's donation, so closely intertwined with Rebecca's disappearance, tugged at the edges of his consciousness. A web of secrets began to unfurl, weaving a sinister tapestry of betrayal and deceit. Further investigations unearthed a chilling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor linked to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial transactions hinted at a darker truth lurking beneath the surface, a truth rooted in familial bonds twisted by greed. Former staff members shared fragmented memories, each adding a piece to the puzzle. Maxwell's peculiar fixation on preserving the untouched section of the library raised suspicions, casting a pall of suspicion over his actions. The forensic puzzle pieces fell into place, linking Rebecca's DNA to the hidden room. The narrative crystallized into a grim reality. Rebecca had not fled. She had been ensnared within the confines of her own family's legacy. A warrant led detectives to Maxwell's doorstep, where a leather-bound journal concealed damning truths. The pages chronicled a descent into madness, a fixation that culminated in a heinous act of violence. Maxwell's veneer of innocence crumbled in the face of irrefutable evidence. Confessions spilled forth, painting a portrait of horror and despair. Rebecca's fate, sealed by a family's dark secrets, found its voice in Maxwell's chilling words. The truth, long buried beneath layers of deceit, rose to the surface in a crescendo of justice. Beneath the floor of the hidden room, Rebecca's remains lay in silent repose, a poignant reminder of a life extinguished too soon. The courtroom bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning, his fate sealed by the weight of his crimes. As the library stood suspended in time, a monument to a tragedy unveiled, the community gathered to pay their respects. Flowers adorned the entrance, a tribute to a life lost and a soul finally at peace. In the quiet confines of the hidden room, a message etched into the walls echoed through the ages. "I am still here," it whispered, a poignant reminder that even in the darkest of shadows, the light of truth would always find a way to shine. And so, the mystery of the hidden room found its resolution, a tale of darkness and redemption woven into the fabric of time. Story 25. In a forgotten budget motel, the atmosphere hung heavy with neglect and a mysterious air that whispered of fleeting visitors. The worn-out clerk handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his gaze holding a hint of unease. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he murmured, a shiver running down her spine. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity like a persistent ghost. That night she wandered through the dimly lit corridor, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows around her. Pausing before the ominous door, she felt a chill as she touched the icy handle. To her eyes, it appeared no different from the others, yet when she pressed her ear against it, a faint breath brushed against her senses from the other side, sending a shiver down her spine. Under the veil of night, Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the scene of a macabre crime, crossing the threshold marked by yellow crime scene tape. The metallic tang of blood tainted the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded within those walls. Amidst the stark contrast of a pristine bathroom and an untouched bed, a young woman's life had met a tragic end. Her lifeless form lay sprawled on the floor, a silent witness to unspeakable horror. Reed knelt beside the victim, her gaze tracing the stillness that now enveloped the once vibrant soul. The forensic technician's detached voice echoed in the room, recounting the grim details of yet another chilling crime scene, the third of its kind in a haunting pattern. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved deeper into the twisted web woven by a killer with a dark purpose. The victim, Elaine Werner, seemed an unlikely target for such brutality, her life intersecting with shadows that hid sinister truths. The trail of clues led Reed to a man named Charles Emerson, a figure of authority shrouded in deceit and betrayal. Despite his polished facade, Reed sensed a darkness lurking beneath his composed exterior, a truth waiting to be unraveled. With each revelation, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, exposing Emerson's depraved motives and the chilling extent of his crimes. The courtroom drama that followed painted a stark picture of a man devoid of remorse, a predator in human form. Behind the bars of justice, Emerson's hollow gaze met Reed's, revealing a void where empathy should have resided, a stark reminder of the depths of human depravity. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through time, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks behind closed doors. Reed, haunted by the shadows of the past, found herself lingering in hotel hallways, a silent witness to the secrets that whispered from room to room. In the confines of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys stood as silent sentinels, bearing witness to the irreversible toll of a killer's twisted desires. And as the world moved on, the memory of those who fell victim to the darkness behind the last door on the left remained etched in Reed's mind, a solemn reminder that some doors once opened can never be shut again. Story 26. The river whispered softly that morning, its current gentle, the water a mirror reflecting the sky above. The fisherman, his boat rocking lazily, almost missed it, a lone suitcase floating near the shore, abandoned by the tide. At first glance, it appeared as if someone had discarded a pile of old garments, but as he drew nearer, a putrid odor enveloped him, clinging to the air like a heavy fog. The case was encased in chains, its metal edges rusted from exposure to the elements. When authorities pried it open, they were met not with fabric, but with strands of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a cryptic note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the morning sun casting long shadows over the grim discovery. The victim, a woman in her 30s, her dark hair now tangled and her once pale skin now marred by the water's touch, lay in silent repose. The medical examiner worked meticulously, recording every detail before the body was gently lifted and taken away. What struck Mercer was not just the brutality of the crime, but the eerie sense of care taken in presenting the victim, her nails meticulously manicured, her hair styled with precision, her body adorned in expensive attire. "She was not discarded here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the tranquil waters lapping against the muddy shore. "She was arranged, showcased." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling luxurious properties. Divorced, childless, she lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Her colleagues painted a picture of a driven, detail-oriented woman who guarded her privacy fiercely. She had been reported missing by her assistant after failing to show up for a crucial appointment with affluent clients, a deal that promised her the largest commission of her career. She would never skip that meeting, her assistant insisted, her voice filled with concern. It was her golden opportunity. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept home, a sense of unease settled upon them. Every aspect of her abode exuded perfection, designer furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces gleaming with cleanliness. Not a speck of dust dared to mar the pristine environment. Even the contents of her refrigerator were meticulously organized, each meal neatly packed in identical containers labeled by the day. But it was in her home office that a clue awaited discovery, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The last entry sent shivers down their spines. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further investigation into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a disturbing pattern, numerous emails from unknown senders, all containing the chilling phrase, "I see your perfection," arriving at the same precise time on different days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, with inquiries regarding home security systems and self-defense devices dotting her browsing history. Mercer began to piece together a chilling narrative, the meticulous care taken in the victim's presentation, the unsettling messages, the intrusions into her private life. "Our perpetrator is methodical," Mercer whispered to her partner, her voice barely rising above a murmur. "This was not a crime of passion, this was a ritual." The breakthrough arrived unexpectedly. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the items recovered, missing from her belongings. The man who had pawned it was a familiar face, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a quiet demeanor. Surveillance footage illustrated Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes accompanied by his maintenance cart, sometimes alone. Always during hours when she was away, showcasing properties to potential buyers. A search of Linden's modest apartment revealed a chilling tableau, walls adorned with photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were defaced with bold red crosses. Walsh was just one piece of his twisted collection. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet, investigators unearthed a macabre shrine, a curated display of personal items belonging to each victim, meticulously arranged with care. A hairbrush holding strands of hair, tissues stained with lipstick, keys, Receipts a treasure trove of intimate details meticulously catalogued in small notebooks detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt like a tomb as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained eerily composed, his voice devoid of emotion as he faced the mounting evidence against him. They were flawed, he finally admitted, his tone flat. They portrayed perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always a mess. Her lipstick application was never precise. Her perfection was a lie. The search for the other victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were discovered. Each contained a woman sharing similarities with Walsh, all real estate agents known for their meticulous attention to detail and image of flawlessness. During Lyndon's trial, he sat stoically, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance as the prosecution laid bare his meticulous methods. He had stalked his victims relentlessly, learning every facet of their lives, infiltrating their homes, studying their habits. When he finally claimed them, he sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections, washing their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in finery before extinguishing their lives. The families of the victims sat in somber silence as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. For Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet a lingering question haunted her. What inner demons drove Lyndon to fixate on these particular women? What flaws within himself was he attempting to erase through his gruesome acts? The river continued its tranquil journey downstream, its waters eventually purging all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded along its banks. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those chilling notebooks, a reminder that within the facade of ordinary lives, darkness could lurk unseen. And sometimes the most dangerous predators were those camouflaged in plain sight, their gaze ever watchful, waiting for a single flaw to betray their hidden malice. Story 27. Once upon a time, there was a quaint coffee shop that had been a familiar sight to many in the neighborhood. It was a place of routine and comfort for the locals, a haven where time seemed to slow down within its cozy walls. One particular man had made this coffee shop his daily sanctuary, his ritual unchanging like the ticking of a clock. His presence was a quiet constant, known by the barista's welcoming smile and the familiar order he placed each morning. The man, a stranger to most, had a mysterious air about him. No one knew his name. He was simply referred to as the man who always sat at the corner table. But one day, he didn't show up. His absence sent a ripple of unease through the coffee shop, like a gentle breeze disturbing the stillness of a pond. Detective Sarah Mercer found herself drawn into the enigma surrounding the man's disappearance. She delved into the case, seeking answers in the remnants left behind. A wallet, forgotten on the table where he always sat, revealed a peculiar driver's license with no name, no address, just a void where his identity should have been. The security footage told a puzzling tale. The man, now known as John Doe in the case files, had entered the coffee shop as he always did. He sat down, sipped his black coffee in silence, and then, in a twist of impossibility, he vanished into thin air. Detective Mercer watched the footage intently, feeling a chill creeping up her spine as she saw the man's form flicker and fade. As she delved deeper into the mystery, Mercer uncovered a trail of enigmatic clues. The wallet held no concrete answers, only blank spaces where information should have been. A cryptic notebook filled with coded text and sketches of unfamiliar buildings hinted at a world beyond comprehension. The man's existence seemed to blur the lines between reality and something inexplicable. Intrigued and unsettled, Mercer pursued every lead, following the faint trail left by the enigmatic man. She discovered a hidden space behind an antique mirror in the coffee shop, a secret cache of identical wallets and a journal filled with entries that spanned decades. The writing spoke of experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference, of crossing between worlds and the closing of windows. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a story that transcended the boundaries of logic. The man, Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist who had vanished under mysterious circumstances, had delved into realms beyond human comprehension. He believed in the existence of parallel realities and sought to unlock the secrets of crossing between them. As Mercer uncovered the truth behind Weston's experiments, strange occurrences began to unfold around the coffee shop. Reflections moved independently, sightings of the man himself were reported, and a sense of otherworldly presence lingered in the air. The fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend, revealing glimpses of a world beyond our own. In a moment of revelation, Mercer witnessed the impossible in the shattered remains of the mirror. Two versions of Daniel Weston, existing simultaneously, watching each other across the threshold of existence. The experiment had reached its conclusion, the window between worlds closing as swiftly as it had opened. And so, the case of the man who didn't exist remained a mystery, a tale whispered in hushed tones among the curious and the dreamers. The coffee shop, a place of convergence between realities, closed its doors, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and uncertainty. Daniel Weston's fate remained unknown, his essence lingering in the echoes of a world beyond our own. As for Detective Mercer, she found herself at a crossroads, her path diverging from the conventional into the realm of the inexplicable. Some say she still seeks answers, her notebook filled with cryptic symbols and sketches of unknown worlds. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the world sleeps and dreams stir, the fragment of an antique mirror on her wall seems to shimmer with untold secrets, a gateway to realms unknown.